Hi everyone, welcome in. Happy Monday. I hope you all are having a good start to the week. If you're here early, let me know what's something good you have going on this week or something good that's already happened. Um, let's get cozy and positive and prepared to play in this yummy island of mine, CandyLand. This is my project to recreate the CandyLand board game, so I plan on working more on the cookie neighborhood today. How is everyone? Hi Salvia. Hey Metal Barbie. Welcome in. It's great to see you. Hey Katie. Hey Shan. Shan asked, is that a cat on the camera? Yeah, we have both Dusty and Pumpkin here. Here's a better look at Pumpkin. It looks like she's stirring a little because she's reacting to me talking probably a bit, but Dusty is here too. I wonder if you can see her, like behind me, like in my regular, yeah, you can like see Dusty behind me. She's very elegantly like taking a bath on her belly. Isn't she flexible? Oh my god, imagine like having to lick your own belly. And hi Crumpet! Welcome in. How have you been? Catch me up. And hey Shy, getting pizza ads while putting stream on TV with my husband's account. Appropriate Forest Life content. Oh, Crumpet! Thank you for gifting Salvia a sub. Wow, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Crumpet. Thank you for the support and the gift sub. It's a really sweet way to share the love with the community, and I hope you enjoy the emote, Salvia. My dark buddy, or one of my dark buddies. I will convert everyone to watching dark. Maybe. Oh, and hi Angel. Oh, was it you who asked about the cat? I knew someone asked about a kitty. Oh my gosh, Shy remembers the hydrate command. Yeah, I added a hydrate command and a foliage command for all your foliage hyping needs and bugging me to stay hydrated. I just drained this Coke Zero, so if you all count that as sufficient hydration, then then we're good to go. My command does say water or Coke Zero, so you're doing okay, Crumpet, hiding in your room with the AC on. Oh wow, you're not safe from the heat over in Canada even? I have heard about record-breaking temperatures even like in the UK, which is usually pretty cold. I wonder if it's hot up there in Canada too. Yeah, it's been pretty hot here as well. It's been like in the 90s pretty much every single day, like no breaks in the 80s lately. Used to have a cat named Pumpkin, Angel. Aww. I love my Pumpkin. She's a sweet old lady. Oh, thank you, Crumpet. Yeah, I actually feel like I look kind of silly and extra today, but I'm trying to be, you know, whimsical for CandyLand. Hey, Waffle Bunny, welcome in. Oh, hi, Bella. My screen just exploded. Oh, and hi, Lolita. Welcome in. I'm the queen of the travelers. Salvia, I really want to get a dark tattoo. I've never gotten a tattoo, though, and I'm also really lazy about making appointments. It's one of my great ADHD flaws. Need to, like, call someone up and schedule something. I am incapable. But I would like to get a dark tattoo. Got a mini acorn today, Katie? Well, it's not as good as your giant one from last Sunday. Or Saturday. Is it a little creepy that I remember that you got a giant acorn last time? I guess it's because it was a giant one, you know? So, those are extra special. Enjoy your lurk, Barbie. Thank you for being here. Been working and traveling lots. Oh, that's good, Crumpet. And I always love seeing what you're up to on Instagram and all your kitties. I really liked this one recently of your kitty cat Crumpet with a pillow that like looks like your cat. You commissioned like a custom pillow from Etsy to look like your sweet kitty. I would be tempted to do one for Dusty. I think Dusty would make a cute pillow. And she's always on my bed. Oh, is Pumpkin looking up? I have to go and show off Pumpkin because I think I have sufficiently like woken her up. Oh my god! J1! J1, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. Wow, look at that, 23 months. Thank you so much, Davon. It's lovely to see you. I hope you've been doing well. You've been part of the community for so long, and I can't thank you enough for all your support. Ooh, someone redeemed a cat treat. Who was it? Salvia, the cat treat broker. Tattoos take so much planning. Oh. I would probably just show like a simple picture. I want the dark symbol of the trifecta. You want one too, but do nothing about it? Oh no, Pumpkin! Oh, I was like a millisecond too late to have a pumpkin treat. That's so sad. Maybe I can give it to her anyways, like give it to her on the ground or something. Let's go and give you-know-who a treat anyhow. What a pose, what a pose. Sorry, I'm trying to do this in a not awkward fashion. Look at Dusty, she's so excited. Pumpkin! Aw. I'll give Pumpkin some treats too later. I'll like save some for Pumpkin. But Dusty knows what's up. I think Pumpkin, she gets kind of sleepy and she likes to, catch her Z's, and I think my stream kind of sometimes interrupts that, it like wakes her up. So she can't just zoom out like some of you all do and just like have me on in the background. Pumpkin's like, nope, I'm out. See you later. But Dusty got some treats as usual, and I'll save some for Pumpkin. Sorry, I should have probably sat down before I switched the webcam. BizBlue, enjoy your lurk. And hopefully see you later. Oh, you're Canadian and you can confirm it's hot too, Waffle Bunny? Yeah, it seems like no one is spared from this heat except for, like, Australia. My friend Simi, and one of my mods, is from Australia, and she reminds me that it's actually winter over there. It's such a weird trip, Australia having, like, the opposite season. I wonder if, like, all planets would have that. I'm in such, like, an astronomy mood lately. Like, would every single planet have, like, different weather in the northern and southern hemisphere, or is it something unique to Earth? I feel like I don't really remember. It's a combination of, like, the tilt and also, like, going around the sun. I hope you all stay cool and take care of yourselves and stay hydrated. I'll do my own command. Hydrating with cold water is one of the best ways to, I think, to cool down. You want to get a tattoo too, Katie? Don't you already have some? So you're at least better than us. You at least managed to get one or two. Dusty would make an amazing pillow. I'm glad you think so. She's so cute. Wow, 112 degrees Fahrenheit, Shy? Jeez, that is way too hot. That's like unlivable. That's like other planet type temperatures. Oh man, those James Webb photos are just like living rent free in my head. I'm making astronomy references left and right. Oh, hi, Apple. I'm doing pretty good. How are you? Just having a cozy evening, unwinding with you all. We'll start decorating in CandyLand in a minute. Oh, you're having a break in the 80s, Katie? I'm jealous. Send some of that cool weather, that cool 80s weather over here. Do you have any recommendations for places to get headpieces? I'm looking for something for my wedding. Ooh, I could probably message you some. One of my favorites is a shop called Sakura Fairy. I think if you Google Sakura Fairy Etsy shop, that's where I've gotten several of mine, and they're really well made and really beautiful. Definitely get a professional vibe. Oh, you would get like a bigger one, like a sleeve this time, Katie? Oh, you're brave. That would probably be more painful too. The mystique of like painful tattoos is really something to me since I've never gotten one. I don't know how. I have no judgment, no gauge for how painful they really are. I guess everyone has different pain tolerances. Oh, thank you, Apple. I do my best to match the vibes of stream usually. Here's CandyLand, by the way. This is the entrance to CandyLand, so you know how like the beginning of the board is just like humble before you get to the like ice cream sea and the castle, so I figured like a cute little cookie neighborhood would be a nice way to start off the island. Do you all have any ideas for like I remember a few streams ago someone suggested like a big cookie table, and so it would be like multiple tables put together for one long table, and I guess that got me thinking about other sorts of features I could put here at the front of the town with all the cookie stuff. Can you all think of any like cookie features that you would recommend? I was hoping to mostly keep it kind of woodsy and cute in that way. You can't wait till winter, Shy? You're just gonna skip fall? I'm surprised you didn't say can't wait till fall, but maybe you're like me and it's still kind of hot in the fall. You have lower leg tattoos, vining, watercolor flowers that go from the top of your feet to your knees. Ooh, that sounds beautiful. Flower tattoos are some of my favorite too, actually. Like, just to admire on other people. There's something so cool about just the idea of permanently like having such beautiful foliage and like vine patterns and flowers just like adorning you, like always carrying flowers with you. I know someone online who has like a flower tattoo along their collarbone, and it looks kind of like a flower necklace all the time. It looks beautiful. If I was gutsy, maybe I would do something like that, but I don't know. I would start with my small dark tattoo like on my wrist or something. Always good to start small. Maybe the best way to like do a little goal like that, like a goal that you have in mind that you want to get done someday, but you keep like not prioritizing. Maybe you should like set some sort of end date for it. Like, I want to get my tattoo by this date, and just sort of like put it in a journal or something. 'Cause a lot of like little shoulda, woulda, coulda, or like wish list type things, to-do list type things, if they're lower priority, they can really get easily left by the wayside. Darn fossils, get out of here. I don't know why I have like a pansy table laying over here either. Did I think the pansy table like looked like candy? But yeah, I customized a few villager homes. I think they have like a cute Cookie look to them. And this is actually Cookie herself. You're ready for hoodies and leggings, Katie? Dude, I can't even imagine that right now. Wearing like hoodies is like a foreign concept to me. Like I can't even imagine. Sometimes though the AC does make me kind of chilly, like if someone cranks up the AC enough, because I'm a sensitive being, too accustomed to these hot summers in the south to even bear a little bit of too cold air conditioning. Oh my gosh, she is so kawaii. Look at her polishing her lamp, doing the self-care of actually like cleaning her work area. Cough, cough. I don't do that nearly enough. My bestie is covered in tattoos, full sleeves, neck, small face, stomach and legs, and she said you get used to it, but I don't have any, so I can't comment. Yeah, the curiosity gets to me sometimes when thinking, like, because I know it's so talked about when it comes to tattoos, so I'm curious, like, what it feels like. Let's go get some weeds. A nice way to start off in a Forest Life stream. Get our weed bag ready. I like to plant weeds in this area to make it look woodsy. Wrist tattoos aren't very painful. Is that why everyone does wrist tattoos and like ankles and stuff? I think it's also just easy to cover up if you feel like you want to cover it up too. What about a woodsy baking area? Like the brick oven tucked into the trees? Oh, that's a good idea! See, that's why I asked. Like a cookie baking area. That's adorable. Actually, you have me thinking about Hansel and Gretel. Like, Hansel and Gretel is very CandyLand, and it might be kind of cool to get that atmosphere of like a Hansel and Gretel cabin somewhere. Alright, I'm losing sight of the weed bag goal here. Here we go. Oh my gosh. I forgot to update my command. I'm glad my command was right. Oh, and hi, Jenna. Why are you putting cube lights on the beach? Just some ground storage to get them out of the way. Oh, there's the donut stool. I forgot about that. What is that called? Is it literally called donut stool? I guess we can always try it. The houses look tasty, like gingerbread houses. Oh, I love gingerbread houses. I always buy like a little kit from Costco every year. It makes me feel like a cheater though, like getting the kits. I don't actually do all the work to make a real gingerbread house. Oh, I think it is called the donut stool. Thank you, Crumpet. Yeah, that'll be cute. I'll order 5 of them, the limit. At least it's not hot or cold in Animal Crossing. True. I've done my wrist twice, once, and then covered the original one with a larger one. It wasn't very painful. My tiny one behind my ear was barely painful at all. Yeah, I've heard that there's like different parts of the body that are like more painful than others. Alright, the first thing I'm gonna do, I think I'm gonna get some trees. Specifically cedars. Maybe we can like dot some cedars around and make it look woodsy. Oh, and hi Stream Dad. Welcome in. Oh, thank you, Lily. Yeah, this island is very different from anything I've ever done before. Very cutesy and colorful. I can give like a little bit of a tour on my way over to go steal some cedar trees. This is the Lollipop Woods. Princess Lolly lives over here. Oh my god, we have freaking ship. I always get so irritated when he shows up. He always ruins all my shots. Like, want to take a picture of this area? Nope, sorry, Chip is here. And technically his name is CJ. I always forget that. The moment I said Chip, a reminder from Katie from a previous stream just like kind of flew through my head. So you all are finally getting me to say the right name here. My other half is having one of his neck tattoos removed, and he says that's much more painful, way more expensive too. Yeah, honestly, is the whole like tattoo removal thing, is that like new technology? Oh, Muse! Welcome in! Crumpet, thank you for gifting a sub to Muse. That's really, really sweet of you. Thank you tons, Crumpet. That's really generous of you to share the love and the emotes with other folks in the community. I think Muse is a fellow streamer on the platform as well, and I know you through some other social medias like Instagram and stuff. Good old Animal Crossing Instagram. So let me give you a shout out. How are you today? You don't think you could ever handle a tattoo removal? I think I would have to see what the tattoo is like first before I figure out my pain tolerance for a tattoo removal. The only thing I worry about a little bit, I guess it's not the only thing I worry about, but like tattoos and aging, I don't know, but I guess at that point, you know, when you're getting like really old and wrinkly, maybe you don't care about that tattoo that doesn't look as good anymore, you know? Just vibe with it. Alright, I'm gonna go and find some cedars now. I think I remember I stored a lot over here. I also have some ground storage in the form of like some goodies I can take back over to the cookie neighborhood. I think some of this stuff might be fitting. Marcella! Hey! Everyone go follow Marcella's Zeus and Tangy accounts. Marcella is a bona fide cat content creator now. How are Zeus and Tangy today? How are you today, Marcella? I only have like teenager cedars over here. I guess I do really like those. I thought there would be some regular ones too, but you know, who knows what goes on in my mind when I do these things. You know, like some things get done and some things don't, so this is the way. I'm gonna be one of those people saying this is the way all the time now because I watched The Mandalorian. Hope we can play CandyLand on your island sometime. Me too. It is a dream of mine, and I really need to, I guess, pick up the pace. So maybe I'll try to do like a CandyLand stream at least every other week, or maybe once a week even. But that might be too much. I don't know. What is too much CandyLand? You've seen some photo shoots of older people rocking tattoos. Yeah, that's good. I do wonder what I would, I don't know, be like fashion-wise when I become old. Will I be like a rocker old person, like, like you're referencing? I think that would be cool. Like rocker chic aging. That's not a bad spot for a cedar, I guess. Well, I hope, did your husband already get it removed, or is that still like on the appointment list? I hope it went okay. Or hoping it goes okay. Got my first tattoo almost 21 years ago, and it still looks pretty good. The first 4 tats I got within months of each other. Oh, I was actually more talking about like how it would age with wrinkles, but Are you all saying that sometimes they age in other ways too? Like maybe they change colors or things like that? Oh, I wasn't even thinking of that. I thought they were always, you know, like they hype up the fact that they're permanent. But that's interesting that maybe they can, the tattoos themselves can sort of age. Vladimir. Do you all support me having Vladimir on my island? He was like the only cranky that somewhat fit. But I haven't been a big fan of Vladimir ever since he was like on my New Leaf Island when I first found the town, and I was so excited, but he's part of my town tree ceremony picture forever. Not a big Vladimir fan. The things I'll do for an island theme, you know? Love watching the CandyLand build. It's such a vibe. Oh, thank you, Katie. Yeah. Let me think about where to start. I mean, I think I want this part to be mostly woodsy, but maybe I could do a few picnic areas. Maybe I should focus on like the homes and making sure the homes have some cute like leadways into their yards. Oh, hey, Winter. Oh, it's too hot to think right now. Winter, yeah, don't even sweat it. No, I'm really sorry. It's especially rough for our friends across the pond in the UK or maybe even Canada. I'm not sure what the infrastructure is like up there, but I know it's really hard and definitely like an emergency situation in parts of Europe that aren't used to this heat. So everyone think of and look out for your UK friends. I hope you can weather it okay, Winter. When you're old, you're gonna be delinquent AF. I like the idea of some sort of like long gray hair and just like rocker granny. Your island is so cute. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Phillips. Yeah, I hope the hot wave leaves the UK soon. Hopefully it's just an abnormal, like, weather... I don't know all the right terms. Weather terms, insert here. A hot front. I'm pretty sure I only ever hear the word cold front, so a hot front just doesn't sound right. I'm probably, you know, totally mistaken about how to describe it. Sometimes you need color touch-ups to the tattoos. Oh, that's really interesting. I didn't know that. Maybe sometimes you like how it ages though, and you like the aged look of the tattoo, and maybe other times it's like, yeah, I need to update these colors. It also spreads over the years so it can look less crisp. I guess it is, you know, on your skin, and I do find it really interesting. They say that no cells in your body are like older than 8 days or something like that. Don't quote me on that. But they do say that, so it's interesting that when you get a tattoo and your skin cells are like remaking themselves in osmosis or whatever the cell duplication process is, that it keeps the tattoo. But I'm sure there's probably some sort of reason behind that. I don't know the science, I guess. Oh, Salvia, my science buddy, also referenced skin cells. That's so cool that we both thought of that terminology. I guess I'll start thinking about furniture over here too. Like, what sort of furniture do I want? I have a tattoo on my back that I need to cover up anyways, but it's symbols representing the elements and universe with some writing that's now blurred, and someone asked me if it's my washing instructions. What? I love that. Your washing instructions? Like the little tag on the inside of a blanket. Oh, I love the sound of that tattoo though. Elements and the universe. I would like something like that too, probably. I didn't even think of something like that, but... Oh no! My storage is full. F. I need a bigger storage, y'all. 5,000 isn't enough for me. But yeah, like a really like universe-shattering tattoo like that. That sounds so sick. Can you share a picture of it sometime if you're comfortable? Of your washing instructions. Universe washing instructions. Especially if you tan a lot or if it's in an area that moves a lot. Oh, maybe that's another good reason to do it on the wrist. I feel like even though, like, your wrist itself doesn't move, you know what I'm saying? It's like the joint moves, but like this part doesn't. I don't know if that makes sense. I feel bad for my friends back home in the UK because the houses aren't built for the heat. Yeah, and not all the homes have AC, like you said. I can't even imagine. I live in a place that's, you know, pretty used to heat here in the South, and I have trouble wrapping my head around like how much more difficult it would be like in a place that doesn't have that infrastructure. I'm sure it's really miserable. I get miserable enough as it is, living in a place that's equipped for the heat. Sometimes it feels like even indoors, like the heat like just seeps through the walls. Alright, let's get some stuff out of storage and run over some flowers. Fact of the day, more UK homes have Animal Crossing than air conditioning. You know, that's a good little pun there, because a lot of people, when you say AC, like it could mean air conditioning, but it could also mean Animal Crossing. I wonder if we have a quote about that. Oh, my search function isn't working too well. But yeah, I think there probably are some quotes about I'm determined to find one since I've wasted this much time. Alright, I think... Yeah, quote 51. I think this one's about, like, NH instead of AC, but, we were using NH a whole lot, and someone was like, I thought you all were talking about New Hampshire. Alright, let's, get some items out. Oh, hey GPV! It's good to see you too. How's it going? Oh, mitosis is the splitting up of cells. Osmosis is the traveling of molecules through a membrane. Thank you so much for that lesson, genuinely. I'm not really super good at remembering all my biology. I'm sure I learned it at some point, but whenever I like read up on sciencey stuff, it's usually astronomy and space and not specifically biology. Probably my favorite science other than astronomy is like chemistry. I think chemistry is really interesting too. You have a tattoo on your inner arm and want more, Lolita? I'm sure you'll rock it wherever you put it next or whatever you do next. Lolita is really rocker chic. Macrophages are the ones responsible for trapping the ink in the dermis. The dermis. That's a fancy word for your skin. Wasn't there some sort of joke we did in grade school, like your epidermis is showing, or... Oh man, I love when, like, a joke that we used to say to each other as like second graders just like pops back into my head. Air conditioning, New Horizons. Did I get one of those like little bunny day? Oh my gosh, the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. That's like a thing we learned in class that basically became a meme, right? So much hype for the mitochondria. Definitely like the most visible or the most famous part of the cell by far. I'm trying to remember what other parts of the cell I know. There's like the kind of the brain of the cell. I don't remember what it's called. Everyone just remembers the mitochondria. Oh, Apple Bestie. I'm glad you can't get enough of CandyLand. That makes me happy. If I don't read something out loud, though, it's just kind of a streamer thing that we read most everything. We might miss things sometimes, but sometimes we don't read aloud every single message. And I've done that with other people in this stream, too. Like, maybe instead of reading it aloud, I'll, like, respond to it, or I'll gloss over, like, personal conversations in chat. So just try to keep it natural as far as stuff like that. All right. I need to find those like bunny day garden things. Oh, here they are. I'm glad that didn't take too long. I wonder if I have any more. Oh, the nucleus is the brain of the cell. Lee Beth, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Nucleus. I feel like that word's like used for a lot of other things too, or maybe that's just like a really popular like root word. Like it shows up in nuclear, it shows up in like neuron, like the neurons in your brain is what they call the cells in your brain. That's another really interesting area of science, is like neuroscience and what goes on in the brain and stuff like that. My brother majored in neuroscience, and I think it's said that even to this day we don't know exactly how the brain can do what it does. It's one of the sciences that there can still be lots of discoveries in. Oh man, my pockets are full already. Shoot. I guess we better start using some of these. Did I just withdraw like 20 Bunny Day planter boxes? Why did I do this? This is like when you're shopping on Amazon or something. You're like, wait, did I do this? Look at poor Vladimir. I really blocked his airplane run there. Yeah, go the other direction, buddy. Oh, Kaz, thank you. It is a wig. I have fun with wigs sometimes because I'm too much of a coward to dye my own hair. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Do solar eclipses happen in Animal Crossing? The day of the dark sun in Animal Crossing. Oh man, that would be perfect. I really hope they add stuff like that in the next game, because real life does sometimes reflect in Animal Crossing, like with holidays, and they do the solstices. Like they usually do something special for the winter solstice and summer solstice. So wouldn't it be fun if they did something for, you know, like other sorts of eclipses? But that might get a little complicated, because I think there's like eclipses all over the world technically at all different times, but sometimes they're just in more remote places. So everyone gets hype when there's like a eclipse in the US or in Europe or you know, somewhere that has like lots of big cities. But Um, you know, there's other places in the globe more remote that sometimes get eclipses too, but then no one hypes about it as much. Oh, hi, sweetie. Welcome in. As far as the decorating, we're still just getting started in it. I'm playing around with the cookie neighborhood today. Looks like Vladimir's gonna keep us company. There's the Aurora Borealis. True. That's a nice weather condition they added to Animal Crossing. I almost forget about it sometimes because I never play in winter, sadly. Oh, I hope you're enjoying Spirit Fair, Salvia. Winter posted that she was playing Spirit Fair too in Discord and mentioned like how amazing it is. I'm happy for you all playing clearly such a good game. Oh, you've played Spirit Fair too, Marcella? And hi, Devin! Welcome in. How's your day going? I'm trying to get a tree visible from the path. There we go. I wonder if I like that. I think I do because I like the fact that it looks like the tree is in the woods. So I'm gonna plant some more cedars like that. Maybe I should try to cover up this gate, because you can kind of see the gate from far away, and I don't know how I feel about that, because it doesn't really, like, match the cookie neighborhood atmosphere, you know? Maybe I should try to cover this up. You finally got all your villagers moved in last night? And today you get to play with patterns? Oh, I'm hyped for you. Sweetie's doing a planet-themed island, which seems odd to say, but I love it. Yeah, Vladimir is not looking very cranky right now. He's not being very true to personality. He looks happy as can be. What if I, like, try to run in front of where he's running? Will he get mad at me? Can you, like, troll the people with the airplane runs? So, it feels like he can see me. Sometimes he, like, averts his direction, but he couldn't see the Bunny Day boxes. I think I need to swap some of these out with, like, regular trees. Oh man, that's the theme of the stream, how hot it is for everyone, Devin. It's no hotter here than I guess it tends to normally be these days, but I swear we have more like mid-90s days than I ever remember from my past. Because 90s has always been like super hot to me, even high 80s, but we just keep getting day after day that's like in the high 90s like that. Let's see if this looks any better. Yeah, that looks a little bit more floofy, I think, in helping to cover up that thing that I want to cover up. Yeah, it's gonna have like different biomes and stuff, Salvia. It sounds like a really cool theme. Spiritfarer, peaceful and funny. It's nice to get like kind of a mood board or like some descriptor words for Spiritfarer since I haven't played it myself. Nice to get a feel for what the gameplay is like or the feels that it gives off. Alright, I think I'm liking some of these trees. Helping to add to that woodsy atmosphere. Oh, this is gonna be adorable. Or at least I hope it will. Oh, hope you have a good dinner, Crumpet. It was nice to see you, and thanks for being here. Thank you for the gift subs. And I hope you have a wonderful dinner and everything goes well with your husband's tattoo removal. And I hope you have a good evening with your kitties. See you later, Crumpet. Oh, and hi, Candy. It's good to see you, Candy. I was laughing so much, remembering like all our Star Wars talk from the previous stream. Yesterday I watched a compilation of like the Emperor's best lines and stuff. All his finest moments, the do it and unlimited power. All his best lines. I'm trying to figure out where... Oh, I should probably put like a little pathway leading up to the house. So I'm gonna say goodbye to this tree and like create a little foresty walkway. I think that'll be cute. These houses almost have like driveways, you know? But this one's gonna have like a winding path. Yeah, it's one of my favorite ways to like pressure someone into doing something, like thinking of buying a new Animal Crossing Switch, thinking of buying some pizza tonight. I forgot why I came in here. I think it must be to get some fruit, to dig up some trees. Yeah, don't have any of my fruit with me. So tomorrow I have a book day at work. Tuesday is always publishing day, and I work at like a book selling type place. And I noticed that there's like an Avatar book among like the new books coming out tomorrow. I don't remember what it's called, but I did find that interesting as an Avatar fan, that there are books being released about the world, and they're even fancy enough to have like do not put out into this date type of boxes to us retailers. Alright, did I buy some apples? I think I did. Oh, they're cherries, not apples. I'm tempted to change my island fruit to apples. I don't really like cherries quite as much as apples. Oh, the Nooklings were selling strawberry milk? I think the other day I saw them selling a cube light, and the cube light was like in that location where you can like buy it over and over. Like the places where they will have books or small little things, and I thought that was such a good item to have for sale to like really stock up on. But I didn't do it because I figured I can always like spawn myself some. I can always be lazy. There's an Avatar Kyoshi comic that you've been meaning to read. Avatar Kyoshi is cool. I think there's so much potential if the Avatar universe wanted to make more series and expand on the universe. Oh, hey, Cookie! I didn't even know she was there. This is her house, by the way. I thought it might be cute to give her like a pink door to like match the fact that she's the cute little pink dog. And
well, hello. Zuko, yes. Why would I be expecting anyone
Shy.
Hee hee.
Is this some Avatar hype? Yeah, where's our series about Zuko's life? I think we know some things about how his life went down, but there's like a lot of in-betweens that we don't know. I'm trying to figure out the like most aesthetic way to get a cookie path going. I wonder if maybe like in this corner would be a good... No. Maybe. Or I could start the path from like quite far away just to make it more windy. I guess there's no harm in trying to see what this looks like. Yeah, maybe it looks nice with that like windy from far away feel. This cherry tree kind of gets in the way of that though. I might have to like move the cherry tree. Oh, and I forgot to even thank you, Shy. Got so caught up in the Zuko reference. Thank you for the 69 biddies. Such a silly alert. One's about the period between Aang and Korra. There were so many things that Korra didn't answer. True. I do remember finding it quite fascinating the way Korra took place in a more modern setting. It was really interesting because the Avatar series was so different. Oh, and Unicorny, thank you. Welcome in. It's good to see you. Yeah, I do often try to like match my theme. Should we try to check up on Dusty, see how she's settled down? Aw. Oh, and Pumpkin's back. That's really sweet. You know what I'm gonna do? Salvia redeemed some cat treats earlier, and Pumpkin happened to leave like as soon as I gave the treats. So, since she's back, I think I'm going to do another round of the cat treats. Poor Mr. Mittens. Mr. Mittens actually tried to hop up here too earlier, but then he like felt too crowded and left. Dusty's like, again? Again? Oh, Pumpkin. Pumpkin. Dusty. Did you enjoy having some extras? It feels like Pumpkin has to try harder to eat hers. Does she have like old lady teeth? I don't know. Maybe that's a thing that happens with cats. They have like older teeth. I mean, I guess animals' teeth might get in worse condition than ours because they don't go to the dentist or like brush their teeth or stuff. Pumpkin's such a sweetie. Oh yeah, Unicorny. This is my cat Pumpkin, and I also have a cat, Mr. Mittens. He's a tuxedo cat, and Dora, who's a tortico. I recently learned what a tortico is. It's like halfway between a tortoiseshell and a calico. So Dora's a tortico. Dusty. No. Oh, Dusty. Thanks for being patient with the cat cam. I thought I would give them some pets. Dusty is purring so loud. It's adorable. She sounds basically like a crackling fire or a motorboat. She's purring so loudly. It's so adorable when they do that. It's hard to leave them too when they're purring really loud. But I'm glad we got to give Pumpkin some treats after all. You have a staff meeting tomorrow, Marcella. So tired of staff meetings and they're not letting us do Zoom anymore. Oh man, that stinks. You have like a party pooper of an employer that's like, no more Zoom calls, no more working from home. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Ooh, I like the idea of doing some fencing or something like along this pathway, like, you know, those sort of like walkways through a garden that is somewhat gated or fenced off. I think that would be cute. This cuts a little bit closer to the beach than I would like though, but I guess I can't change that. All of your Avatar knowledge comes from this stream, Shy. Oh, do you have Netflix, Shy? I think you would like it. You should check it out. It's a surprisingly short watch. Avatar is just like 3 seasons and you can get really into it, so it blows by. Mind if I eat this town? What would you want to eat first? I can practically taste these cookies right here. These are actually really famous. I'm not exactly sure what they're called. Like jam centers, aren't they? Like they got like the little circle of jam in them. I can still see Pumpkin and Dusty back there. Every time I see Dusty's face, I'm dead. Yeah, she had some real classics the past stream. I think any like zoom in on Dusty's face works really well. Oh my gosh, Shivy! What a sweet surprise! Hey Shivy! Hey everyone! How is my sweet friend? Oh, thank you so much for raiding! How was your stream and how has your streaming been? I think I saw on Lisa's Twitter that you had started, but I didn't want to look like a creepy stalker already knowing. But yeah, Forest Friends, go and check out our friend Shivy. Thank you for getting the shout out, Marcella. The best chaos, chaotic Genshin Impact. Oh. I hope you could stream Animal Crossing sometime too. That would be really cool to see your islands again and watch as you try to like decorate like your Avatar themed island. We were just talking about Avatar and how there's like some sort of book coming out for the world tomorrow. But like none of us know what it's all about. But I just know that on my book table tomorrow there's a new like Avatar world book. I think it looked like a winter adorned bender, so maybe like a water bender. I don't know. It's in the works. Oh, being able to stream Animal Crossing. That's really exciting. I can't wait to catch one of your streams. I'll have to follow and turn the notifs on, all that good stuff.
Zuko, yes, why would I be expecting anyone different?
Illy Amy, I've missed the
Aww.
Force fam. Make sure to stand Zutara and enjoy the Antlerverse.
Aw, I love you too, and I missed you too. Yep, always stand Zutara. Oh, Pumpkin settled down. Cute little thing. I have my pillow in a really odd position right now because I was using my pillow to like sit up in bed when I got home from work. And it looks really funny on stream. It's just like this perpendicular pillow chilling out there. Pumpkin right in front of it. Stan Zoo Salvia. But you're cheating on your man Elrond. How could you? Alright, let me find... Yeah, what if we like line these cookies with another cookie path and then we put fencing on it? I don't know, I'm just spitballing here. I've never done like a candy themed island before, so some of these like techniques are new to me. Random tangent, but Ione's paws, ears, and tails glow in the dark. Yeah, I think someone in my community mentioned that, like, way back when Ione, like, was first discovered, or, like, when she was first a thing, and they didn't phrase it the way you did, sweetie. They just said, Ione glows in the dark, and I was like, what? I, like, pretty much didn't even believe it, because they phrased it, like, as just Ione in general, just glows, you know? It's all dark, but Ione is there, and... She's just this luminescent squirrel, but I think it's cute the way she subtly sort of glows in the dark with the paws and things. Oh, you have an open marriage with Elrond. What do you like better, Salvia? Do you like the Elrond look or the Matrix look for that actor? I was watching a YouTube video for like the best villains in fiction, and that actor as the character he is in the Matrix popped up. I was like, wait, he's a villain? I don't know, I feel like I didn't really understand the Matrix. I feel like I was kind of zoning out, trying to multitask. I need Ione, but I'm too lazy to get her right now. Oh, you could always use your channel points on getting her in a spicy way, but I know you like to hunt sometimes, right, Shy? Like, you're not all about, you know, getting them through treasure islands or easy ways. You like to hunt for them. You do have a limit, though. I remember that from your Kiki hunt. You get a certain amount of tickets. Was it like 300 or so? And you were like, nope. Oh, I'm glad you had a good, fun stream, Shivy. And if anyone from Shivy's stream is still hanging out lurking, my name is Amy, and I love Animal Crossing. That's how me and Shivy met, was through the hype Animal Crossing community of like, was it 2020 or 21? I think it was possibly 2020 in that year. Such a long time. Alright, I'm gonna do the cookies on the other side too. And I really hope this doesn't look terrible. It might look terrible though. I'm holding out hope. Oh, Panda Boy! Welcome in! Thank you for the raid! A double raid here. I hope you had a good stream and welcome in. My name's Amy, and we're working on CandyLand today. Something I found out recently is that not everyone knows CandyLand. My European friends in particular, and Australian friends, basically anyone who isn't from the US, they haven't heard of CandyLand usually. So I found that hilarious once I discovered that, but so I shouldn't just assume that everyone knows what CandyLand is. Apparently it's like an American thing. Oh hey Panda! How are you? What did you get up to? You were playing Animal Crossing as well? What were you doing in Animal Crossing? Oh, it's been 2020? Met you May 2020? Wow, you remember the month? Oh, that's so sweet, Shivy. So many good memories. You prefer that actor in like the Lord Elrond attire, but love both. Get you a man that can do both. Yeah, he really does rock both. can't think of like two more different aesthetics than like The Matrix and a Lord of the Rings Elven King. I just realized Elven King rhymes with Elden Ring. That's really weird. You like to hunt shy, but you give up after a few hundred. Yeah, I can't really handle villager hunts anymore either myself. It's just like way too dull for me. Vladimir's gonna play with the nut lamp, the infamous, the one, the only, the nut lamp. But good luck with getting Ione shy whenever you decide to hunt for her, or I hope you don't have to spend hundreds of tickets. I hope she shows up quickly. So this is what I'm gonna do now. I'm gonna try some like fencing along this cookie path and hedges, like hedges and fencing and stuff. We're gonna test out an idea. I don't know if it'll actually look good. Oh, thank you for the lurk, Barbie. Oh, Marcella, look at you getting a rotten acorn, or a giant acorn rather. Can't remember what your other acorns have been like lately. Alright, should I get the spooky fencing or the lattice? What is the most like cookie foresty? I think the lattice might actually be cute. Or this one. I don't know, I'll get both of them and I'll try them out for vibes. I also want hedges. Yeah. Okay, so we'll get some hedges too. And everyone else gets mini acorns. Alright. The hype has me wanting to see what I'm gonna get. Oh! I've got you all beat. I got a rotten acorn. Do y'all like my teddy bear with the shirt? I was so proud of this when I had this idea to like customize the teddy bear shirt. One of my proudest moments in CandyLand thus far. Let's go and try to customize these fences. I was about to give them a shot, but I know that you can, oh, do you have to go to Cyrus to customize fences? I'm gonna try just in case. Look, Marcella, it's your Dora. I got this Dora randomly from Marcella, which I just love because it was the most unexpected thing a few streams ago to like find this villager, and she said she was from Melbury, which is Marcella's island. They're doing some yoga. Group yoga, that's kind of adorable. Oh, hey, Pylite. It's good to see you. Welcome in. I hope you're having a chill Monday. Loving your Candyland island. It's so cute. Aw, thank you, Shivy. Yeah, my hope is to make it like a board game and have it be actually playable. No, I guess you have to go to Cyrus to customize the fences. Well, I'm gonna like try to see what it looks like before I run over to Cyrus. Maybe if I like how it looks, I'll waste time on the trip. Marcella. Marcella's lying. She didn't remember her Dora at all. I could never have Dora on an island, I think, for long, or it would at least be very weird, because my cat's name is Dora, and that's just, I don't know, it's like uncomfortable to have a animal with the same name as your cat in Animal Crossing. Am I wrong? Am I being silly about this? I could be. Okay, this looks kind of terrible. But I'm not gonna give up hope yet. I feel like if I do the right things, it might actually look cute. Maybe if I have the hedges start here, or start like a little ways away from the path, and then like put little lanterns on top. That might be cute. That was such a good clip, Shy. Oh, and hi, Cool Kid. Welcome in. Trying to figure out if I'm liking any of this or not. Don't you wish we could have like gates to fences? Someone suggested this a long time ago, and I always think it sounded like a good idea. Like, you know, we have the fences, but what if you could have like a little gate that you could walk through and it like matched the rest of the fence? That would be perfect. I think this is my favorite arrangement so far. I think I could get behind this in the right color. Kind of clashes right now. That part looks awkward though. I always think you're talking about your cat, Dora. The kitty that no one has ever seen. The other day we had all 3 kitties on stream. It was really special. It like really made my night, and I was kind of fussing at Dora later. I was like, why don't you ever show up on stream? Why are you never there? I kicked Louie off my island so fast that Donkey Kong ripoff doesn't get to be the same name as my puppy. I agree. I think part of it's like, maybe if you had a cat named Kiki, you could get behind that, because Kiki is just like such an epic Animal Crossing villager, and she's like actually she's a satisfactory villager to like share your pet name with. But I don't know, like someone like Dora, just like a little white mouse, can't share the name with my kitty. Yeah, so here's how the path is coming along. I think it has potential. I could maybe see it working. What do you all think though? Do you think it doesn't vibe? You can be honest. There are no villagers with the name of my cat, so it hasn't happened to you yet. Oh yeah, your kitty has such a very unique name. Shivy's cat is named Zara. I think there was like a really special reason why you named your kitty Zara. It's like a significant name for you. What if I... did something like that? Would that look cute? Dora shrouded in mystery. You think the log fencing could be a vibe? Oh, like this fencing? Yeah, I wonder. I wonder if I'm going about like the totally wrong thing by trying this like lattice fence. But I guess the lattice fence makes it seem maybe like a special pathway. The log sticks is a good idea though. I'm tempted to try that now. Yeah, I like the idea of like lining this with hedges, making it look kind of foresty. Oh darn, I can't plant a tree here. Maybe I should move the cedar over so it's like right next to the pathway. Maybe a topiary in the awkward corner. Calling my corner awkward. That's a good idea though. I think I have one in my pocket so we can test it out. I don't know. I'm like, my gut is telling me maybe to abandon this idea, but I I feel bad because I think it was like a kind of a cute idea. Maybe if I had enough space, it could work. I also think maybe it's working on this side better than this side. Like it's really nice seeing that hedge behind that fence there. Like it looks good from here. I think you need height around the fences to make it feel right. Yeah, that's a good idea. Like put trees and hedges and things like that. Oh, we got the kitty cat song. Let's see if Pumpkin's settled down now. Oh, she has been settled down. Okay, so that's how that looks. I just wish I had more space, I think, at the end of the day. I think it looks a little weird, so close to the path. I'm like so torn whether I give up on this or not. I think I'm leaning towards giving up on it. I think it'll end up looking awkward, so I'm trying to trust my gut here. Yeah, I think the picket fence could work shy, but I would want it in a different color than white. I actually want the primary color scheme for this area to be like kind of woodsy and brown and cozy, like a warm toasted cookie fresh from the oven. Like a brown cookie. Yeah, I think it'll look better with some more fiddling and not doing this idea anymore, which this idea was probably kind of bad. Susan! Wow. That's so sweet. Oh, it's great to see you, Susan. That is such a sweet message, and I'm so honored. I love having you part of the Forest fam. Thank you for 8 months of support. It's meant the world to me to get to know you and even like get to know your kitties and the books that you read. You're just such a cool person. You're teaching. Let's get some hype and love and chat for Susan. Susan, we were talking about tattoos earlier too, and I know you just got a freshly inked one of like your cat or your cats with like a pack of books or a stack of books rather. So congratulations on that. I hope it's doing what tattoos do in the immediate aftermath. I wouldn't know, I haven't had one, but maybe it kind of like has to settle in there. Oh, thank you, Susan, and thank you for all the love and hype. Sometimes you gotta lay something down to see if it vibes. Yeah, it was worth a try, I guess. Or maybe it wasn't, since I ended up picking it up anyways. Thank you for that follow. Welcome in. Should I eavesdrop on Vladimir and Cherry? An Uchi and a Cranky. Could be interesting. Hey, Joy. You know, we could just have Joy settle this. Leave me out of this. What the hell? Tambourine Sound and Wyvern? Nikki, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Okay, so the other day we were off island. Some kid hears us talking, explodes into tears, and runs off. Now, I can't say, or now I say it was this fella's crusty crime boss voice that scared off the rugrat, but what do you think? Hey, I'll show you, crime boss. Besides, it was your banshee howl cackle that chased off the kid. Whatever, that's the story, so who do you think got the scarier voice, Joy? I think the Crankies always have the like deeper voice. That's actually kind of what they're famous for. The Animalese sounds so different from the Crankies. Like it's normally like little, and then the Crankies it's like I don't know. It's like a lot deeper. I can't imitate Animalese. You're yanking my chain, right? Her laugh sounds like a cinder block in a dryer. How could my dulcet bass chuckle possibly be worse? Do you appreciate all this bookish vocab, Susan? Dulcet bass chuckle? You sound like a busted chainsaw. Dang, these two need to calm down. Now that's some sass. I'm a rusty metal gate, at worst. Ever heard your voice? Ever heard a barge run around? No difference. We gotta word wrestle more often. Oh, so that's what they were doing. They were word wrestling. Kinda reminds me of like a debate team or something like that. Like just making a competition out of arguing with each other, but in that case it was like insults that require a thesaurus was the theme of their little battle there. Love the cranky voices. Yeah. They sound a little different in every game too. Like there's like the New Leaf cranky voice and the New Horizons one. I don't hear the New Horizons one enough. Sometimes I don't really listen to the in-game music that much. Wait, where did my weeds go? I swear I had some weeds. Didn't you all see me get that bag out of storage? Where did it go? Can't believe I put away my weed bag. Right, Kesa? Talking about Susan's new tattoo, the books aren't new, and neither was the outline of the cats, but the coloring of them is fresh. It's a little tingly. I think this spot on my leg isn't happy about it. Oh, okay. So you got the coloring done. It really does look like one of your cats, which is like a calico. Wait, where did my weed... I lost my weed bag, y'all. I really don't have it anymore. It's not in my storage either. I will give bonus acorns to anyone who sees... Is it this? No, I think that's just a single weed. I don't know, my weed bag evaporated. I guess I'll go pluck some then, because I do need some weeds to like sort of plan out where I'm gonna have some overgrown touches, so I guess I'll find a spot on my island and do some weeding. And it'll give us an opportunity to look around CandyLand. Are there any weeds over here? Feels like I don't have any weeds. Oh, there they are. I like the way they didn't spawn in like the castle yards. It like very fittingly like spawned off grounds. I like that. My favorite grumpy voice is Pocket Camp. It sounds so cute. Aw, I can't recall what the Pocket Camp voice sounds like, but I did like some of the ambient noise in Pocket Camp, like some of the tracks. Did they ever add like new places to Pocket Camp for one thing? Because I know when I played there was like a spot you could go fishing, there was a like kind of like a little forest that had trees that you could shake. Did they ever add more, or is it still like kind of those same places? Yeah, we're having to pluck our own pipeweed here. Oh, sweetie. Those are a dime a dozen, though. I'm always making, like, little jokes like that. It started with my Shire-themed island and all the pipeweed references. It's really interesting to me, the like backstory of pipeweed and Lord of the Rings. I would definitely read like a little editorial of how and when that came about, like what is their pipeweed like. It's definitely like in the background of all the Lord of the Rings books. Even Gandalf likes it a lot, and Saruman likes it. Everyone likes the Hobbit pipeweed. Alright, is this enough weeds? Yeah, this is enough weeds. Oh, hi Deep. I'm doing pretty good. Having a chill Monday. How about you? The Cookie Song in Pocket Camp. Oh, I don't think I've heard that one. I think I stopped playing before there were the fortune cookie things. Oh, hey Mossy. Welcome in. How are you today? It's good to see you. Welcome to CandyLand. Got the hypest Animal Crossing GameCube song to welcome you in. Oh, so in Pocket Camp, there's still just the 4 islands. One for river fishing, one for ocean, one for catching bugs, and one for fruit. Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. I mean, those were the basics to try to gather materials. I remember the fishing was a lot easier in Pocket Camp compared to like in the game. It's like fishing easy mode. Alright, how am I gonna do this? The entryway to the path. I did it with log stakes on this side. Do I want to try something else on this side? What are some good candy items to have on either side of a pathway? I guess I could just try dropping things. Let's see if any of the stuff in my pockets vibes at all. Maybe like the topiary. The hobbits have the best pipeweed. Yeah, Saruman was after it, man. That's like the whole plot for the scoring of the Shire, basically. Is Saruman was like infiltrating the Shire to get their pipeweed. Also to get back at Frodo and the hobbits and things, I think. I think it was like a revenge plot mixed with a plot to get all the pipeweed. Yeah, I think this looks too repetitive, so I'll have to think of something else. Wow! Chevy! Oh, I love you too. I hope I can be in one of your streams soon, Chivy. Thank you so much for the 25 months. That really means a lot to me, Chivy. That's such a long time, and can't thank you enough for all the memories and your time modding and all the silly fun that we've had. Remember like your stories that you wrote for like Boomer and Rudy and various things for the channel. Aw. Sappy moment. Alright, I'm trying to figure out if I like this bunny here. Thank you all for all the love and hype and chat for Chivy. For anyone who missed it, go and check out Chivy's stream. Ah, why am I typing it out when I've when I've got Marcella here? Marcella gave you one earlier though. I came across one in the notes app. I can always write some more. Oh. Yeah, they were so great. I always remember the Boomer and Rudy. Sacred Force fam ship, I think. Definitely. Katie one time in Pocket Camp, while we're talking about Pocket Camp, Katie like saw Boomer and Rudy like on a bridge or something, and it was like a really romantic spot, and Katie like took a picture of it and shared it. Boomer and Rudy moment in Pocket Camp. I'm kind of upset that they haven't added Melba to Pocket Camp. Like, what are they doing? I swear, like, I've heard from Hammy and other people that play Pocket Camp that Melba's not in it, and I'm just so confused and puzzled. Like, what are they doing? She is a very popular villager. A lot of people like her. It's not just me. they're neglecting my Melba. Also, I'm trying to figure out things that I want in that like gate spot, so I'm gonna like fiddle with this for a bit. Oh my gosh, I remember the fight over what to call the Rudy and Boomer ship. Boomy, Booty. I think Booty does capture the overall spirit of the ship, which started with Boomer thirsting after Rudy's abs. Oh, thank you, Deep. Are you talking about the heart leaves? Yeah, I think if you ever want to see those, or you can do a hype command, or yeah, that's one way to see them. The Sakura bridge at your campsite kept refreshing it until it put Boomer and Rudy. Oh, the dedication. The dedication. What if we put a giant vine near this area? I feel... Oh, I do not need the full pockets right now, y'all. I do not need it. Surprised Melba isn't on there, right? Come on, I'm not the only Melba fan. Maybe they're saving her for like the most epic Pocket Camp update ever, and she's gonna have like all the best furniture. I don't know, I hope so. I feel like I'm showing lots of arm today. I guess it is hot outside. I'm so happy my Daisy is on there at least. Yeah, you've got your fave. But yeah, I'm glad that they have Daisy. Melba is named after Melbourne, the city that you live in. I've actually heard she's also named after Nellie Melba. Being Australian, have you heard of Nellie Melba? She was like an opera singer. And she was an opera singer that had like a tooth issue, like a tooth problem. And as a result, there's like all these foods named after her. And that's part of why Melba came about in Animal Crossing 2 with like the name Toasty. Melba Toast is named after Nellie Melba, which is why Melba's catchphrase is Toasty. Sorry, I'm trying to find items that might be fitting. Oh, we could do maybe an archway. That might be cute. The brown ones? Oh, that's a good idea. Something that's kind of funny is I've gotten used to sorting by time in Fawn Hollow, and in Fawn Hollow it works amazingly. And I keep trying to do it in this island too, but it just isn't the same. It's like I haven't played in this island enough, so it doesn't have like all my best items at the top. I guess I just need to stop doing that. I can't find my best items that way. But yeah, if you all ever have like storage issues, that's one trick that I've found is just sort by time, and chances are you've like deposited all your favorite items at the top. I find it a lot better than just infinite scrolling through all this stuff. But alas, I haven't played in this island enough. If it makes you feel better, Anka isn't in Pocket Camp either. Yeah, some really surprising choices. I mean, I swear they have got some villagers with far less status, far lower on the Animal Crossing rung than Melba or Anka. Like, don't they? Katie, who do you think is the pocket camper with like the least amount of hype around them, or like the one that you're most surprised is in Pocket Camp? Not to like put you on the spot or anything, but I can open that question to other people too. I just know that Katie plays Pocket Camp. I do not. I spent like $40 on it, and then I was like, I can't do this. I'm gonna blow all my money on this. So I put an end to it. Thought Melba was named after toast. Yeah. There's another dessert named after Nellie Melba too. It's called Peaches Melba. It's a type of ice cream with peaches and raspberry sauce. So that's kind of why she has like a sweets theme, if that makes sense. Nellie Melba got her stage name from Melbourne. Oh, really? Okay, so it's not even her real name. It's her stage name. So I guess it really did come exactly from Melbourne. You're hoping for Amelia? Oh, I hope you get your fave too, Lolita. Everyone deserves their fave in Pocket Camp. Maybe that's their goal, to just like continue Pocket Camp forever though, like really drag out all the villagers. Just like keep it a running update forever. Let me see if this looks good at all. I could see it being good as like a background item, like over here. But it didn't really look good in that particular spot. Dale! Oh, thank you. Yeah, I look silly today. Welcome in, Dale. How are you? Oh, we caught Pumpkin leaving. That's so funny. She was there 1 second. She's gone the next. Still got Dusty here though. I should probably adjust the cat cam in a minute to Dusty. Everyone say bye to Pumpkin. Oh, they finally added Anka recently. I brought her into my campsite so quickly. Aside from Boomer, everyone at my campsite is a cat or dog. Oh, that's adorable. I could maybe get behind the giant vine. I'm a little mixed on it. Let's try another Bunny Day topiary, see if I like that. Is that too like neat and clean for this spot? Yeah, maybe I should actually keep it casual because it's the woods and this is like a woodland path. I think I'm gonna keep it casual and maybe just do flowers and weeds right here. Let me go and find a flower. Chatter is in Pocket Camp. I know he's pretty unpopular. That's a good answer. I was asking Katie what villager she is the most surprised is in Pocket Camp. Some shade for Chatter the mouse. What do you think of that, Dora? Some shade for your species. Oh my gosh, every time I see Chip, it just ruins my day. He's definitely like my least favorite NPC. I had no idea about Nellie Melba being referenced in Animal Crossing. That's so cool. Melba's on our $100 bill? Dang, that's pretty sweet. I didn't know that. Oh, I have like no flowers, y'all. It's a sad state of affairs. I keep forgetting to like buy flowers. Let's go and get some from Nooks, see what Nooks has. Work was crazy busy for you today, Dale? Oh yeah, Dale works in the medical field. I'm sorry to hear the wave of COVID is hitting y'all. I hope it's not too stressful and I hope you get through it safely and try to keep your head up, and I know it's probably really hard. My work day was pretty chill today because I wasn't in books, so I got to hang out in clothing. You haven't played Pocket Camp in a while? You have to go get Anka now, Shivy? Be reunited with one of your besties? Do you still have Anka, like in one of your islands, Shivy? Wasn't she in Taro Town? Do you still have her there? It's so easy to like keep your villagers now and just keep them there forever. You can even ignore them, like thinking about moving out, and as long as you don't talk to them and finalize it, they still won't move out. I love it. I love how easy they made it personally. Ow! So that is Katie's other answer for biggest surprise that they're in Pocket Camp. Al, Chatter, and Beardo. Yeah, Beardo is a freaking disgrace to like leave out Melba in favor of Beardo. Like, are you kidding me? We need to file a complaint. I actually support Al though. Al is one of my favorite apes. The lollipops are so pretty. Oh, thank you, Dale. Yeah, I'm thinking about over here, like kind of having a transition area and putting like a few lollipops in the lead up to the lollipop forest. But for now, we're still in the cookie neighborhood. You're also annoyed by Chip. Why does Chip dress like he vapes all day and drinks Monster energy drinks? I love this canonization of Chip. Is it the like wide open expression, Salvia? Dude, I keep calling him Chip. Whatever, I'm a lost cause. I'll call him Chip until the day I die. I really hope for my sake that in whatever future Animal Crossing iteration, I hope they bring back actual Chip. Because I just could never get used to the name CJ. He's such a non-entity to me, I can't even remember his name properly. So I'm gonna plant these and time travel. Maybe some of you all are more powerful than me, but I cannot visualize like flower buds to save my life. Should I plant some more before I time travel though? Because I only planted red ones. That might be smart. Oh, and Mossy! Mossy actually helped me out with some flowers the last time I played in CandyLand, so I need to go and find those flowers that I got from Mossy. Where did I put them? I need like a Animal Crossing self-help guide to like not lose all your shit. Oh, here we go. I found it. Problem solved. CJ is even worse in Pocket Camp. Some of his dialogue is unskippable. Like, you can't tap to speed it up. Why? Why is he so special? Aw. Man, I'm a hot mess today. Can't seem to keep these pockets empty. Ooh, what are these? Okay, I think we can time travel. I've got some sketchy flowers over here in the form of seeds, so I think we're good. The newest bestie on Tarot Town is Judy. Oh, cool. I remember back when you had Ione. Didn't Ione move out eventually? I think the hat is a big part of it for me. Oh, with CJ. Daisy May was a good successor though. We're playing like Hot or Not with with all the new villagers or the new NPCs that are like the sons or daughters or cousins. Who knows what they are? Did they ever tell us like the connection? Is Daisy May like a granddaughter? Daisy out here sneezing on everyone though. Yeah. I love the way this game came out like in the heat of COVID. Like that was the whole thing with Animal Crossing in March 2020. And then Daisy May is over here like a string of snot. Daisy May did not have her mask on. The beach full of pitfalls. Yeah, those are for our games in the future when we actually play CandyLand. Your patience has paid off, Katie. You can finally order Indian food now. Oh, I'm excited for you. You deserve to treat yourself. What did you have the other day? I remember you were thinking about whether to order food or not the other day, and you thought that it might be like, but it's too expensive to order DoorDash too many times. Did you make up your mind? What did you have the other day? Saturday. I see Dusty. She's taking a little bath. Maybe I should set up the Dusty cam now, since Pumpkin left us. So, on the black loading screen of death, I will adjust the Dusty cam. Dusty! She's just like showing her fur. Good night, Lolita. Stay nice and cool over there. I hope it's not too hot for you in Spain. Good night. Oh, okay. So they did confirm that she's Joan's granddaughter. Can't remember where we found that out. If that was like the Roost or did Daisy May herself tell us? I don't know. I haven't done the stock market in like 10 million years. Since probably 2020. I did do it though. I can count it as part of my ACNH experiences. I did do the turnip trade for a little while. Oh no, did I only time travel one day? F. No. No. I didn't. Oh my gosh. Someone... I don't know. Someone do something. Whack me with a net. Oh gosh. Bonk me with a hammer. So if I time travel one more day, it'll be good, right? One more day? Or do I... Should I do two just in case? Yeah, let's do like another one just to be safe. Oh, hi Serenity. I hope you're having a great day too, and I hope you have a great week ahead of you. Thanks for dropping by stream. It's lovely to see you and have you here. Thanks for the F's in chat. Oh, I like that Cookie's hanging out with us. I hope she continues to hang out with us after we time travel. I want to see sweet Cookie walk around. Not Chip. Oh, what this will do, this got rid of Chip. We don't have CJ here anymore, haunting our island. She's a 10, but her pockets are full. Oh wow, I haven't seen that meme yet, or that version of that meme. But like, why is it so fitting for us Animal Crossing people? I feel like someone else should have come up with that too, but... Chef's kiss, Salvia. And hi Infinite Pudding, welcome in. How's your day going? We're playing in CandyLand today, or at least we will when the loading screen is over. Maybe we can check up on Dusty. She looks pretty lazy right now though. You can see that single eye just keeping a tiny little eye out on y'all. I don't know, is it closed? Is it open a sliver? I can't tell. She's a 10, but she's not Anka? Oh my goodness. So if you're not Anka, you can't be an 11 or a 10.5. Oh, this should be a quote. Thanks for the feedback, y'all. Sure, we'll add another quote to the list. I wonder what number we're at now. All right, Isabel, just keep going. Just assume I'm listening, Isabel. All right, this is quote 86. I wonder when we'll get to quote 100. I know 86 does seem a little while away from 100, but as long as y'all remind me to add more, usually we get a few a week or one, or maybe like one a week. Oh no! Is CJ here after all? Because it's like the fishing tourney. I have to go see if he's actually still haunting my island despite the time travel. Oh my god! I can't believe I was like, oh, this will get rid of Chip. He's still here. Wow, what are the odds? What are the odds? Any other day, he wouldn't have still been here. Man, Biscuit is rocking that hat, is he not? I really love the way he looks in that. I wish he could wear that all the time. I guess I could gift him some hats like that. Someone take my pockets away from me. Someone put me in timeout. Oh, you're an Anka fan? You're in good company. One of my friends and mods is a big Anka fan too, an Anka #1 stan. My favorite is Melba. We got talking about how Melba's... It's like a travesty that she's not in Pocket Camp. Dang, the problem is I actually kind of want a lot of this stuff in my pockets. I'll try to be choosy though and get rid of some stuff, but I have this stuff in my pockets for a reason. I thought it would be useful. Look at me though, I'm still getting rid of stuff anyways. I love how I've like blocked myself off from my own islands. I'm such a dummy. CJ is the new zipper. Wow. Chai looks so cute in her hat as well. Why is everyone rocking these hats so much? It's like covering her teapot though, or like the little cup on her head. That reminds me of the game Cuphead. Oh, she looks adorable. It matches her eyes. Even Biscuits matches his creepy blank eyes. I wonder if that's just a thing that like all the hats do. Maybe the hats are designed to like match their eyes. You knew I was talking about you, Shivy, fellow Anka fan. I could not get through level 1 of Cuphead. Oh my gosh, that makes me want to try it. I have a lot of experience with platformers, at least Mario. But Marcella knows, I mean, I was just struggling with Donkey Kong. Remember that time I played Donkey Kong, Marcella, and I got lost? Oh man, I wonder how I would fare with Cuphead. Sonic also kind of pisses me off. I really don't know how anyone enjoys Sonic. It's like, you have to go fast and then you just like run into stuff. Do you just have to like memorize the level or have like lightning reflexes? Like, what is the point of it? Like, we're gonna put enemies in your path, but we're gonna make it look like you can just breeze through as Sonic doing his fast thing. It's just not enjoyable at all. Oh, Omelette! It's good to see you. Thank you for lurking. Thanks for saying hi too. I really appreciate everyone here, even my lovely lurkers. It really means a lot to me and it's a great way to support the stream. You forgot that Anka's on your island, Marcella? Oh wow, you invited her when villager hunting and couldn't resist. That's a cool way to wholesomely get a new villager that you haven't had before. I like that, Marcella. Oh, you think Biscuit's eyes are supposed to look like a sewn-on button? Cloudy! Aw, I was thinking of you, Cloudy. Cloudy, thank you for 31 months. Happy 31 months to us, and thank you for all your support. I love you so much, Cloudy. Let me give you a shout out. You were streaming earlier today, and I'm shouting out all my streaming friends. Oh, Marcella! Me and Marcella with the double shout out. But yeah, I hope you're having an amazing day, Cloudy. Thank you for everything. What have you been up to? You got Cephalobot's card? Why is his name like the most confusing thing in all of Animal Crossing? Why is he named Cephalobot? I feel like I've done research on this before and then like I don't remember what I found out. I think I googled it once and he's like the name of like a sunken ship. That's what I'm calling it, Cephalobot. I could be wrong. Could be making that up. Wait. Animal Crossing Wiki isn't telling me why he's named Cephalobot. Does anyone know? Why is he called this? Oh! Because he's a cephalopod octopus? Okay. I love how what I was saying, like what I was guessing, just makes me sound like totally off the rails. I wonder what I was thinking of. I'm sure I got that from somewhere. I'm sure it's floating in my brain from something and I just like misattributed it. Oh wow. Alright, let's make some progress on this cozy path. Now that we've got some flowers. Oh, thank you, Jenna. Thank you for lurking too. It's nice to say hi to you all. A Forest Cuphead stream. Yeah, that would be a really good, I think event stream or something, like checking out Cuphead. I'm sure a lot of other people do stuff like that too, like play really hard games for just kicks, maybe like do something every time you die. Maybe Elden Ring or something like that. I've always wanted to try Elden Ring. Oh, Cuphead is more of a beat-em-up, a bullet hell kind of game than a platformer. Well, that makes sense. Sometimes the bosses are like a hard part of platformers, like beating all the bosses in their castles in the case of Mario. Sonic is hard. You have to explore, but you also gotta go fast. Cuphead is a take on Mega Man? I only know Mega Man from like Smash Brothers. Mega Man's like mythology to me. I guess it's because I'm not quite that old. Isn't Mega Man like kind of old stuff? Alright. I feel like I haven't been very productive today. I do apologize. I feel like a little bit scatterbrained. But I think I'll do better maybe in Fawn Hollow tomorrow. I think I'm in kind of a Fawn Hollow mood. Let me say that when I got home from work, I got randomly inspired to redesign one of my villager houses in Fawn Hollow. So I actually did that. It like took about an hour. I did it while I was brushing my teeth. So I kind of like brushed my teeth for an hour. RIP my teeth enamel. But it came out really nice. It was like a nuclear power plant interior as what I tried to base the house off of. And it belongs to Rattle, you know, the creepy frog with like the mask on. I gave Rattle this like very technological, industrial interior inspired by a nuclear power plant from Dark. Salvia will know the reference. Let me think. Maybe right here I could do something like a little taller and more foliagey. Or maybe that would be a good spot for like some cube lights. You were playing Genshin on stream today, Cloudy, and you've been sucked in by farm sims? Ooh, what sort of farm sims? I know you're like a big Harvest Moon fan, so I guess I'm curious. Is it like Harvest Moon that's grabbed you this time or something different? I find it kind of weird. I'm just reading like the cephalopod thing again, and you know, I like biology, like I like animal biology a lot. I'm surprised I haven't heard of that. I guess we just don't talk about octopi very much. I've never heard of the term cephalopod. But I guess it's similar to how, you know, cats are called felines and, you know, it's like the more official name for something. Let me Google cephalopod. It's also a really weird word, like. So it's like an octopus or a squid. So technically it's not just octopi, but like squids as well. Interesting. A long time ago you streamed Hollow Knight and it was really hard. Yeah, I've heard good things about that game though. Cuphead, the main thing I hear is everyone complaining how hard it is. Isn't Dell supposed to be a ship? Oh my gosh! Salvia solved it! Oh my gosh, I'm not crazy! Oh my god, I'm so happy. Salvia figured out what I drunkenly was talking about like a ship. Oh my, I'm so happy. It's like the chocolate looking alligator from the new update. What's his name? Alligator new update. Roswell. Okay. We're doing some detective work here. Roswell. A city in New Mexico where some believe a UFO crash landed. Okay, so it wasn't a sunken ship. It was a UFO crash. I'm just all wrong, no matter what it is. But I think that's what I was thinking of, because I thought of like one of the new villagers, and I thought of like, oh yeah, it had an origin story with a crash. So I thought of like a crashed ship instead of UFO, because whoever thinks about UFOs. I do kind of wonder a little bit, like, you know, the UFO conference that they had with the US government and how some people really are, like, conspiracy theorists about that. I do wonder at least, like, what people saw, like, what it is, even if it's not an alien, because it's probably not, like, what it is that they saw that made them think it was a UFO. Because some of them have been, like, military people, like, in planes, like, really seeing stuff in the sky, supposedly. You're playing Resident Evil right now, Jenna? Can't cry when it's light outside. That's a nice little life hack. You're playing the newer Harvest Moon game, Cloudy? Is it still the most recent one, the one that came out like a few years ago? I really like the cube light here, by the way. I'm just trying to figure out like what the aesthetic pattern I should put underneath it. Because sometimes it looks too plain to just put it without like a pattern underneath, but then again, maybe I should rein in my cluttercore impulses. Might actually look better without a pattern underneath. Yeah. Sometimes you have to rein in those cluttercore impulses. Alright, what am I gonna put on top? Gonna get ready for a date night with mom, have her help finalize code choices with you. Oh, cool. I hope you have a wonderful night, sweetie. Thanks for hanging out with us. Always great to have you here. And I hope to see you next time. See you later, sweetie. Since I'm new, what's everyone's favorite villager, you included? My favorite villager is Melba. That's why she has the honor of being the wave emoji here on my channel. I met Melba back in Wild World, and I would say that I fell in love with Melba because she had a sweets themed. I mean, which is ironic. Look what I'm building right now. I'm building a sweets theme, and I fell in love with Melba, partly because she had a sweets theme. But yeah, if you're expecting to see that same sweets theme in modern day Melba, they did get rid of it in New Leaf. I always blame Meringue for that. You know, the villager Meringue. Melba starting in New Leaf, she didn't have her sweets theme anymore, and Meringue was like introduced that game. So I sort of felt like they did like a switcheroo. I'm looking for log stakes, by the way, if you're wondering like why I'm in here for the 80th time. But I don't know, maybe I don't have log stakes out here. Or in my storage at least. I'm gonna go see if I dropped them somewhere. Sorry for being so disorganized. I feel like CandyLand is kind of disorganized because of my storage situation. I have like full storage, so I have to like drop stuff outside a lot. I guess I'll craft some if I have to. I don't like crafting though. Yeah, maybe I'll just craft some. So Mossy's favorite villager is Shep, and Cloudy's is either Bella or Shep. Wow, that's so cool that both of you all are Shep fans. That cookie path is so cute. Oh, thank you, Mossy. Wow, it's thundering outside. That's so cozy. Damn. I guess I didn't think I would need log stakes in a candy-themed island. I'm not gonna beat myself up too much. I probably wouldn't have guessed when I started this island that log stakes would come in handy, so I guess that's why I didn't really like spawn a whole lot of them for myself. I'll just try to craft them, I suppose. Oh, here's some. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Except my pockets are full. Macella's favorites are Maple, Goldie, and Eric. Oh, that's a classic bunch. Any special reasoning for you all? Like why they are your favorites? Like your backstory with them, stuff like that? Yours is Blair. She was one of my first villagers in GameCube, and I just fell in love with her. Oh, that's another classic for like why someone would become your favorite villagers, like who you first met. I know a fair amount of people who their favorite is like either like the first villager they ever met, or maybe the first one that they like got really close to, you know? Like the one that gave them their picture, if they played a game where like those villager photos were a thing. Alright, I only have one log stakes. Does anyone know how you craft log stakes? Log stakes. Oh, so they just require wood, like just regular wood. Alright, so I can craft some of these. My all-time favorite is Deirdre. Shep is just my favorite smug boy, I think. Oh, cool. Deirdre. The deers are really nice. New Leaf was so hype. New Leaf introduced deer for the first time. It's a bit of a bummer we didn't get a new species like that with New Horizons, but they were too busy giving us terraforming and all kinds of other crazy stuff. Daisy is the first one I got close to in New Leaf. I never cared about villagers in older games much, since they just sneak away in the night without saying anything. Oh, it's almost like you formed like a wall, like an attachment barrier, like to protect yourself from getting your heart broken, or at least that's what I've, you know, that's what you hear about in love songs and that you hear about happening. I don't know if I've ever really done that in my life, but where are my log stakes? Here we go. But now that in New Leaf you could actually like get them to stay, you grew fond of Daisy. Elephant Parade, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. In Wild World you can get them to stay too, but you have to like go inside their house every day to make sure that they're not packed up in boxes. Because in Wild World they'll just be like, all right, I'm leaving. I'm all packed. And then you have to literally like convince them to stop packing. But my problem is when I played Wild World recently and I got like back into it for a little while, like I forgot to go in their houses. So they would like move out on me left and right because I could never remember to go in their houses anymore. It's not really like part of my Animal Crossing routine is to like try to go in everyone's houses. Because I guess the reason why is a lot of the times they're not home anyways. Like you usually just sort of see a lot of villagers wandering around outside. So there's not even really a need to like go hunting for them inside their house. I actually might like the whole like log stakes next to the cube block thing. I don't know. I'm vibing with it. I'm open to it. Looks maybe appropriately woodsy, which I like. How about a holly bush right here? Oh, that's right. Holly isn't in bloom right now. Never mind. Scratch that. You have so many log stakes. I think Mossy said that too. Everyone's like, you plebeian, without any log stakes. Yeah, that's maybe a cute idea, perhaps. To have like a little bit of extra foliage. Or even like a street light like this one. To sort of like carry you along the path. I like that idea. Street light. Right here. But I need to have some other stuff too. What would you have around a street light in CandyLand? Like, you know how in Narnia there's like the street light that takes you into the other world? What would be around a street light in this game? I don't know, I can't think of anything. I don't know if I like the Cosmos shower there. If I sit on these cube lights one more time, I would say I'm gonna throw it, but I think my pockets are full anyways. The holly would have been pretty too. Yeah, for a second I thought I was in Fawn Hollow. I use holly a lot in Fawn Hollow. Serene Sundays! Thank you! Oh, you're so sweet. What a sweet thing to look up at chat and see. Oh, I appreciate it. How are you today? Is it chilly over there and in your neck of the woods in Australia? Welcome in. I hope you're having a good morning. I'm having a cozy evening. It's like thunderstorming outside. And the sky is like getting that like weird, like kind of yellowy color. I don't know. Sometimes when it storms, the sky glows in a certain way. What am I in here for? God help me. Streetlight. God, Animal Crossing or just in general psychology is so weird. It's like you're just waiting for that neuron to fire, and the neuron just magically like gets held up the second you open your storage or the second you walk into the kitchen and forget why you walked into the kitchen. Like, why does this happen? Is it some sort of evolutionary flaw? Like, I must know why I always forget. Your husband FaceTimed you, Dale? Working out of town this week? Aw. He does that sometimes, doesn't he? I remember one time you said he was out of town and you were like, I'm gonna finish my island. That was like your task to do while your husband was out of town. I think you were struggling with it too, I remember, because the fiddly details, you also have trouble with it like I do. What if we put a cookie underneath the streetlight? Oh, and hi, Stream Dad. Yeah, could we check up on Dusty? She's like a little hard to get a good angle right now, but she's snoozing. Didn't know you could sit on the cube light. Evidently so. Trying to figure out if I like that there. I think I'm gonna move it up one. You're working away. I appreciate you hanging out with the stream while you're working. Sometimes we call that a work and lurk. Because it rhymes, you know? Alright, I think I like it there. So now I just have to do a hedge. Ooh, maybe we can do like a hedge topiary combo or something. The one thing that bugs me about hedges, I really don't like the metal base. I almost see the metal base as something to hide, so I feel like I can't use a hedge there. I'm so picky. Let me go see if I can find a bush. I don't know if I really have any bushes. Oh well, I guess I'll use a hedge if I have to and replace it with a bush later. I'm kind of disorganized on this island. I don't know where anything is. Oh, it's freezing. 44 Fahrenheit is about as hot as it gets over there. Or as cold as it gets over there. Yeah, we get some colder days here, but I guess that's natural, you know? Closer to the equator and stuff. He travels for 1 week out of the month. Wow, that's a lot of traveling. Oh man, am I getting too cluttercore? I guess overall I want this to be kind of cluttercore. Because it's supposed to look woodsy. And woods can be kind of cluttered. So I guess I'm gonna keep at it. I need some more brown stuff. I really like the like brown color scheme. What are some more like brown things I can add? You've been working on the same general area since you restarted your island, Dale? Are you happy about that, or are you hoping to move on to some other areas? There's nothing wrong with like really fine-tuning it and making sure you're absolutely happy with it. Especially if it's an important area. There are these some areas I like hype up in my head, like this is really important to me, I have to get this right. So then it like kind of ups the stakes. Ooh. I guess if I like the brown color scheme, one thing I could do to help tie it together is use Mossy's Black Cosmos, which I got specifically for this purpose. Because the Black Cosmos are totally brown and not black. Got some food ordered, Shy. What are we working on? I think I'm making like the first decent progress this stream. I think everything I did earlier kind of sucked, but I'm finally like getting somewhere. So that's good. We're still working on that like little trail over to Cookie's house. Work and lurk. I just get so lonely at home working all by myself, but y'all keep me company. Oh, that's sweet. Oh, yeah. I have like an opposite job. Like my job is really social. So sometimes I find that when I take off time off work and I become like a hermit and like a homebody, because you know, you have your staycations where you do that, and then you have your vacations where you go somewhere. But sometimes I take a staycation to become a hermit, and then that's like what makes me lonely, is because my job is pretty social. Yay, I like the Black Cosmo there, I think. Maybe. I think I do. What are some more cookie things that we could add? I guess we could put like a table with cookies on it. That might mix things up a little. Because I really liked what I did over here where I had like a cookie table. So I could do something like that but smaller, or yeah, just try to be creative and use some other furniture and not use the same thing over and over. You like the street lamp, Shy? My Narnia CandyLand street lamp. I was reading this list of like top fantasy series recently, and I was kind of surprised by how many like had Narnia on there. To me, even though it does have some whimsy and charm, it's not, I wouldn't consider it like up there with like the best fantasy of all time. Trying to figure out how close I should do these log steaks. The mush logs could be cute. With cookie gyroids. Yeah, I was just thinking to myself that some sort of stump would be good. Like maybe even a real stump. You know, like a tree that's been cut down. I don't really use those enough. I always forget to use like tree stumps for some reason. Did Shy and Serene Sundays offer to like swap weather? Shy's gonna swap her 112-degree temperature tomorrow. Why are these so far apart? Am I going crazy? Maybe I just have to turn it. The area around your entrance and resident services, and my island is heavily influenced by gardens, but also somewhat organic. tried to, excuse me, I've tried to really take my time on that to bring my vision to life. Yeah, I love your theme. I remember you saying that this would possibly be like a forever island for you, that you like really liked your jungle theme and it was fun, but you were ready to work on something that was like truly you, and that this elegant garden theme was that for you. I love that. I feel similarly kind of enthusiastic about Fawn Hollow actually. Like, I really want to finish it, and there's something about seeing it come together that gives me particular joy. I think it's because it has so many references to things that are special to me. Like, as fun as CandyLand is, you know, it's like a frickin' childhood board game, you know? It's not like sentimental. But Fawn Hollow has like references to dark. It's sentimental in that way. I think one thing I'm struggling with is like my ideas are bigger or like more frequent than I can actually get my items. It's like really slowing me down. Like I'll think of something and then I won't have it. So I don't know why I didn't do this like 5 hours ago, but we're gonna move this like a lot closer. How about I put it right here? Love the black cosmos. I wish I had been able to sneak it onto my island. Oh, do you have a really strict color scheme, Mossy? What's your color scheme? I'm gonna try to get organized. I'm gonna try. I work alone, but I'll be traveling to Sydney to work at the office for the first time next week because I was hired during COVID, so I'll get the experience to work with people. Oh, cool. So you'll be moving away from remote working for the first time. Oh, I'll miss you. I'll miss you when you go to the office. Fizzy tea, thank you. That's really sweet of you to say. I appreciate it. Oh, I hope you're doing good. You can see how passionate you are about Fawn Hollow from watching your streams, and the effort really shows. Oh, thank you. I'm glad. I was fiddling with Fawn Hollow a little on my lunch break today, even. Because my CandyLand Switch was out of batteries, so I couldn't play in CandyLand. Okay. So over here, I think it would be nice if there was like a taller bit of foliage. I wonder if I could get away with like a tree around here. Oh, look at Candy. Her blue hat like merged with her ears. I swear, that's like half of why people think the mice are cursed. They have such weird ways of, I don't know, like that hat just maybe it has like holes in the hat to make room for the ears, like a ponytail hole or something, but for their ears. Maybe that's how it works. I think one thing I find a little interesting about like planting trees is I want this area to be woodsy, but I also want a brown color scheme. So every time I plant a tree, I feel like my brown color scheme suffers. I don't know if that makes any sense. But it's like when things start to get too green, it's like I gotta bring the brown out again. I loved my fairy tale island so much that I'm trying to find that passion again. Trying to find a balance of all the things I love in one island. That's really cool. How about over here? I do like another stack of candy. To like kind of welcome you on into the path. Maybe this is a good spot for like a brown giant vine. I don't have a brown one though, darn it. The moment I wish I had Cyrus powers. What is that cake that looks like a log? A cake that looks like a log? I don't know. Oh, you mean the Yule log? Oh man, I don't know why that made me laugh, but I guess because I was trying to visualize like something like the mush log, but like a cake or something. It was really tripping me out trying to imagine that. But I got it. Yeah, the Yule log, it's a famous like European dessert, I think. Yeah, I could definitely try to... I was thinking over by this house, maybe I could have like a little table with a plate of cookies on it or something. I don't know what tables I have in this storage though. I guess I could craft a table. Do I still have the wood in my pockets? Of course not. The black flowers were too hard to mix with the early spring weeds. Now I'm using a handful of the white flowers, lily of the valley, and orange hyacinths. Oh, that's a cool color scheme. So I'm in here to gather some wood. I'm thinking of making like a table, and then I'm gonna put cookies on top of the table. So many commas. Nothing wrong with a comma-filled sentence. I actually do that a lot too when I'm writing or when I'm trying to write well. There were a few times I gave my dad like a paper or something that I wrote, and he would just like basically shorten all the sentences. It is something, you know, just separate from any other conversation. Like, no one take this with their own writing as a bad thing, but it is something I kind of took to heart. Like, sometimes I will look like, oh, would this be more impactful as a single sentence instead of a run-on? But yeah, I used to always like to use lots of commas and semicolons. So as far as the table with the cookies, I really like this wooden mini table. It's one of my favorites. It's so aesthetic. Yeah, I like the Oxford comma too, Katie. Can't believe the Oxford comma isn't just the default. To me, it definitely is. So we can customize this with the like cookie pattern on top. What's the best cookie pattern though? Like I could use one of these. Oh, does the transparent square look awkward though? I don't know, I'm just checking all my boxes, but I should probably just use that first one. Oh, but that has the transparent pixels too. Yeah, so maybe I should use like this one? I don't know. I don't know. We could try that. Oh, Dale. I think it's possible that you're the one that suggested this song and I like added it to the playlist, so you're right to feel instantly happy every time it comes on. I think it came from you. I know some of the good Breath of the Wild tracks, but I don't know like all of them. Isn't there like a cool one that plays when you're with dragons in Breath of the Wild? Like whenever there's a dragon on screen, it plays like a cool kind of dreamy song. Okay, so let's try this little mini table. It's like a little garden table. I don't know if I like it there. I think I like the table itself though. I just don't know if I like it right there. Oh yeah, Mossy. I'm thinking of overwriting that that candy path though. I think I need a good like chocolate 9-slot pattern. So I might like replace it with that. Oh my god! These are like the cookies that I have on the ground over there. Ah! Would that be cute? It's like maybe Cookie baked the cookies that are all over the ground. She made the thumbprint cookies. Let's go and put them on the table, see the effect. I feel like it'll be a nice contrast too with this brown table. Oh, or maybe not. I don't know. Do y'all still like it? Might cover up a little too much of the table, you think? Oh, you're on ACNH burnout right now, Fizzy Tea? Oh, I'm glad that the island's inspiring you anyhow, though. AC burnout makes me sad, but it's very understandable. Dusty, are you awake now? Dusty's awake now. She's not facing the camera. Don't you all find cat silhouettes cute though? I don't know if it's just me, but just like seeing the little pointy cat ears, it's so cute. I think it's the cutest part of a cat, and it might be the cutest part of any animal ever. Like the contest for the cutest animal feature is like their little freaking triangle ears on top. Like, so adorable. What gets me is a lot of the big cats that are associated with or in the same family as domestic cats, they don't have that. Like lions and tigers and cheetahs, none of them have like this triangular ear situation, so it just makes me wonder like why do domestic cats have that and like none of the other cats do? Maybe I'll make like a little cookie picnic blanket. You're dying the Breath of the Wild sequel to come out already. Played it 3 times. I really need it. Yeah, hopefully soon. I think it's gotten pushed back a few times, hasn't it? I was trying to think of other things that you could customize cookies with. You could have cookie donation boxes. Oh, that's so creative. The only problem with like off the wall things like that, not that I'm calling your suggestion off the wall, but I probably don't have it, so I would have to like time travel to get it, but that is cute. Donation box, please donate cookies, or maybe the cookies are already there and it's like a cookie box that you can steal from, like Harris Teeter or something. So how do you customize this? Well, I'll order one and see. Oh wait, is this a DIY? Man, I can never remember what things are DIYs. It's kind of a problem. Okay, I kind of like that better. Why do I like that better? There's one song I think is on your stream playlist. I've heard a bunch. I wish I could remember what game it's from. I love it. Oh, well, feel free to ask sometime when it's on. I feel bad. Oh, thank you, lovely paper boat. That's really sweet. Tell your sister I say hi, and thank you so much. I love your username, by the way. It's really pretty. Such a creative name. So I really like the little blanket there, but I need to add some sort of chair. Because now it's like a picnic. So I have to add a chair, darn it. Anyone know any like cookie customizable chairs? Oh, the donut stool! Okay, well, should we do the donut stool? As much as the donut stool is kind of calling to me, like, I feel like maybe I should just stick to the cookie theme. Like, that might make the most sense with this cookie table as a cookie chair. This is my favorite part of the island so far. It's so charming. Oh, thank you, Dale. The silhouette of a loaf. I have to capture the cat loaf now. Look, she's a loaf. She's a loaf. Am I laughing at you? Oh my god. You're a loaf. Oh no. Okay, we can't do that. We can't encourage that. Pause it right there. Let's change the angle. Oh, little baby. I see that booty emote. Yeah, Dusty's one of those cats where you like pat the base of her tail and she like sticks her butt in the air. She does that a lot. It's really adorable. Here you go. Okay, I'm being bad. I felt bad. I got her purring and happy. I didn't give her many. I just gave her like 2. It's a shame they changed the patchwork series to remove the cream and brown. Oh. Yeah, are any of the customizations still there, Mossy? Or is it just like the sort of red patchwork? Does this chair have a fabric to it? I can't remember. I guess I'm gonna try. I don't remember if it has a fabric. Oh, so the donation box is a DIY from Nook Miles. 4 wood, 4 soft. Damn, Shy. Do you know this off the top of your head? I'm just checking. I can't remember anything. I wish the sweet set was still in the game. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised I can do as good of a job as I am doing without without the sweet series. Man, Dom is rocking that hat too. Wow. Everyone's on the best dress list for the fishing tourney. Your cat does that too. Yeah, she likes to stick her butt up in the air. I think I've read like articles about why they do that. I'm still not entirely sure why they do that, to be honest, but oh, that's too close to the other triangular topiary. I'm gonna have to figure out what to put right here. Oh, maybe I can put another cube light. Why not? I feel like that's one of the best like cookie items to put everywhere. Oh, I forgot to customize the chair. Man, I'm so dumb. I'm running back to I'm running back to town hall so much. I'm gonna see if I can save myself some steps. See if I have one of those like workbenches in here somewhere. There should be like a separate category for workbenches. Am I wrong? Like that would be so much easier to like try to find one. No. Oh, I do have one. Yes, 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 yes. I'm so psyched. There's a country one that could be cute. It's very grandma style. Oh, I know which one you're talking about. The ranch one? Yeah, the ranch series is dope. The country patchwork is like creams and greens. Oh, are you talking about the patchwork furniture? Oh no, I'm so sad. It doesn't have fabric. Okay, well let's order a ranch one. So I think the ranch one will be perfect. I'll have to wait to actually place it though, obviously. Like I can't unless I time travel, which takes a million years. So I'm just gonna like maybe use the current chair as a placeholder. Wait, does this one not have fabric either? I'm so confused. AC&H chairs with fabric. I guess the stool has fabric. You know the stool item? I guess this one has fabric. I don't think you can change the pattern though. I think that's just there. The log chair. How could I forget? Is there any other options? The log chair might be too bulky though. Dang, there's a lot of chairs. The patchwork set? Wait, so I can customize the fabric of it? Oh, I'm so confused. Let me Google patchwork. Google. Because this is Google right here. This is google.com. The Animal Crossing search engine. What would an Animal Crossing search engine be called? You know, like the ABD versus ATM. It would probably be something with Nook in it, because Nook is all about like branding himself. It would be like Nookle or something. Oh, like this one? Oh my gosh, it's like an armchair. Wow, that's cute. I didn't know it came in that color. They always show off like this one. This is the one they always have at like the Happy Home Paradise. Oh, Dale, what's your song request? It's been a long time since I've done a video game song request. Let's do my favorite, Ancient Stone, Skyrim. Oh, I remember liking this one. All right, here we go. 5 minutes of bliss. I'm a little stressed out that I don't have more wood for crafting everything. Should I go to like a Nook Miles Island and like grind for wood? So let's just test to see like where this chair will look good. I have a feeling the chair will look good underneath the tree, like sort of over here. I always like the idea of sitting under the shade of a tree. Yeah. And then maybe like some flowers nearby. Because this is a little garden table. Ooh, the song is so dreamy. Oh, I need wood. I need wood. Okay, let's go and get an axe. Let's go chop some wood. Okay, so just cushions can have custom codes. Well, I think the stool, I think you can customize the wooden stool item to have like a little pattern on it. But I'm not sure about anything else. That's like the only thing I can think of. Oh. Dale. Shy is suggesting like a sneaky little visit. Is there anything you would need that I could provide, Dale? Maybe we could do a little trade like that. But only if you want to and if I'm not interrupting you. Because I know you're probably working on your island or playing in it or something. If I were in a movie, this would be my theme song. Why does that sound like one of my icebreakers? Like, you know, my icebreakers with all the convoluted, like, conversation starters. Like, if you were in a movie, who would play you and what genre would it be? What would your theme song be? Alright. We have an axe. Gimli would be proud. Take that, tree. Legolas would not be proud. Neither would the Ents. That would make for a good icebreaker. Yeah, like what your theme song would be. The thing I struggle with questions like that, and it's the same sort of answer or the same problem that I have with questions like, what's your spirit animal? It's like there's like what my favorite songs are and like what my favorite animals are. But then when it comes to like look intrinsically at like what represents me as a person, and then that's when I get like anxiety that it's not the right choice after all. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I've always kind of had trouble with that. Like, I love cats, but am I a cat on the inside? I don't see why not, I guess. You know, I'm lazy. As for my theme song, I don't know. Maybe I would just pick like one of my favorite New Order songs. New Order is my favorite group, probably one of my like happiest like put on and play sorts of bands. My favorite New Order song is Ceremony, but I love like their poppy stuff too. Oh, this is such a charming area. I love this. So we might be able to fly to Dale's Island soon. Thank you so much, Dale, for the offer. And I think everyone in chat that's familiar with like your decorating abilities loves the idea of getting a sneak peek, and it would be so helpful. I wish I had something to give you in return, though. What type of weed do you need? The finest from the South Farthing. What is it that Gandalf says? Old Toby. That's what he says, Old Toby. Oh, hi Meep. Welcome in. How's it going? So feel free to Twitch whisper me the dodo. I'll keep an eye out for it. Looks so menacing with my CandyLand axe. Watch out, Mr. Mensch. There's a new lumberjack in town. That is Mr. Mint's lore. He's a lumberjack for the Peppermint Forest. I plan on doing that too. Over by the Peppermint Forest, I'm gonna have like maybe an axe chilling out in the snow. I don't know what else though, cause technically like having wood laying around wouldn't make sense unless it was like chocolate wood or something. I guess I could just put like lots of CandyLand codes or lots of candy cane codes everywhere, or like peppermint codes. So the combination of like peppermint codes and then the axes, maybe that could look like peppermint fell off the trees. Pulling some out of storage. Oh, thank you, Dale. All right. We will be rescued from our wood shortage soon. What can I do in the meantime? What should go over here? What should go like right here? Oh, let's try another cube light. I remember saying that earlier and then I forgot like a dummy. And this time I might leave the cube light like on its own and then like put a different item on top of it. So what would be a good item to be on top? I guess I could do, you know, like a plate of cookies like I tend to do a lot lately. I wonder if I'll like this one better. Whisper scent. Oh, cool. Thank you, Dale. I guess one thing I could have been doing to prepare better is emptying my pockets, but wood comes in stacks though, so I shouldn't need that much space. Oh, thank you, Dale. I won't keep you waiting any longer. I'll just put a few things away and head on over. Are you all excited for Dale's Island? What are y'all talking about? This is fake news. I don't have full pockets. Oh, jeez. Too soon to make that joke. Alright, let's get this hat off of me. Otherwise, the dodo birds will have a conniption. You're excited? Yeah, me too. So I'll need to whip out my dodo code protector in a minute, and then we'll fly over to Dale's Island, which has a like garden theme. It'll be interesting to see how much of it is visible from the flyover too. The flyover is always pretty hype. But keep in mind it's like way under construction. It's like a new development, a newer island. Bumblebee, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I hope you're having a chill Monday. Still got Dusty chilling out. Oh, I love her. Okay, let's get our fox, our trusty fox. Oh, we've still been listening to the Ancient Stones, but we should keep listening to Ancient Stones while we're in Dale's Island, just for that like added bit of honor, you know? For Dale's theme song. So it's called a Petalbrook. There's the island name. Isn't it an aesthetic island name? Oh, I'm happy to have you here too. What day is it? Is that like a trick question? Here it is July 18th, 8:36 p.m. That East Coast time. Alright, let's do the full screen here. Drum roll. Oh, and it's also Monday, if that's what you were asking. It's funny when you ask someone what today's date is or something and whoa! Sherby! Fauna! You all look so aesthetic walking around. Oh, look at that doorway to that gate. Oh, look at that wood! The wood is like the only thing out of place. Thank you, Dale. So happy with you with your stunning flyover for this work in progress masterpiece. Super cute already. I know, right? Wow, and here's a little view of the entrance. I love the entrance. It's like a gateway to the secret garden. Here's the doors. Gazebos on either side. The gazebos kind of like house their own little mini garden. Very like French garden inspired. Oh my god, I love the bunnies on the garden stands. Dale, thank you. Thank you so much for the wood. Should we give a mini tour or should we... It's all up to you and what you're comfortable with. Ooh, a lookout point. So this is a lookout point over by Abel's. In honor of this, I'm gonna make my webcam smaller. This is something new I have like up my sleeve. I think it might come in handy for certain scenarios. I really like all the different colors, how, you know, you have blues and yellows and pinks, and it's just so charming and colorful and a nice mixture of elegant and whimsical, which I know you were definitely trying to do a little. I remember you saying how you want it to feel like kind of elegant but also natural. Oh wow, this is a true French garden right here. This is so cool. You know, Marcella actually has a spot in her island that's really similar to this, and it's inspired by like Jane Austen possibly, so I'm kind of curious if you know, like The Secret Garden, which is based in England, and like Jane Austen, which is based in England. Like I wonder if that's somewhat of like a like English garden type of motif or whatever. Oh, and it's always good when an overlook can be actually traversable and you can actually stand in what you were looking down on a little while ago and you can write a story over by the river. Oh, I wish I had better clothes on, but I guess the CandyLand character stuff adds charm. This is so airy and dreamy, my heart. Yeah, and I hope the dreamy song is a nice backdrop. Ooh, this is an interesting little path behind the town hall. I always kind of struggle like with the behind town hall area, but a little back path behind the building is a nice idea. Takes you to this secluded spot over by the river with a nice view of the cliffs in the background. I can only imagine what it'll look like once you adorn the cliffs. It's kind of cool the way the incline is like a different shape from all the other like round cliffs. It's like a straight diagonal versus all the curves. Oh, look at the ducky on the little puddle. Oh, thank you, Bumblebee. This is by Dale Pickle in chat. I'm so honored to get a sneak peek, all thanks to me being terrible at managing my wood supply. Wow! I love this. This is good inspiration for me too. This is sort of something that I want to do is like kind of a river overlook, a river look. And Dale did such a good one here. A river like in between the canyons, lots of foliage surrounding the river. Lots of cool focal points and places to rest your eyes on this lookout point. Oh, look at the bunny. Love me a good overlook. The terraforming is so good. Yeah, I was looking at that too. Like the cliffs in the distance, sometimes going up to like the highest possible tier. Feel like I lost Dale. I'm sorry, Dale. I don't know if you were leading me back to the entrance or somewhere else. Oh, there you are. I like how I just scooched behind that tree. Dale's like, hurry up. Doesn't Dale's character look really aesthetic too? Like with the little... what do you call that hairstyle? Isn't it like from Sweden? The little braids in a circle. Oh, this is the Abel's overlook even more from down below. Why isn't this fence real? This is a pattern. It blends in with the cliff. But, you know, I'm so used to seeing the spooky fence whenever anyone wants to do this aesthetic for real that it's like I saw that and it was just like... I momentarily, like, was tricked that we have a new, more badass fence than this spooky one. We always have to use this one for, like, these sorts of Victorian areas with, like, the black iron. It's done well for us, but we need another one. Sneaky fence. Yeah, I love those sorts of face cutout standees that blend in with the cliff. Ooh, this is such a nice and clever secret beach area too. It's like a place to do your laundry and you hop across the pond to get to it. This looks like a milk crate. Oh, and there's a milk can. So maybe whoever lives here like owns some cows and... Oh, it's your girl. It's your girl, Katie. And also, I guess, Dale's girl, too. It's Daisy. I thought I recognized her house, but I know that you can customize villager homes in this game, so I didn't want to assume. Wow, this is stunning. This has taken my breath away enough to go full screen on it so you can see the house. Wow. I love the ocean view and how it meshes so well with this like backyard, and I like all the details in the backyard. Everything's just flawless. And it goes really well with this sort of color scheme that you chose for Daisy's yard. It goes with like Daisy's house. Everything like matches. Makes me want to go in her house, but you probably haven't done her house yet. But yeah, look at her little garden. Maybe that's where she keeps her cattle. That little farm shed. Wow, the inspiration. The creativity to turn your secret beach into a daisy farm. Oh yeah, I guess it's not just a secret beach, it's like Daisy's beach. Wanna live there? Yeah, it looks so picturesque and ideal. Katie's like, I support this for Daisy. Oh, look at the foliage flower arranging here. There's some more panels in the back. You see those panels back there? Oh, okay, so this is all Dale has so far. I hope we hyped it up for you. You've been doing a beautiful job, and I hope it's been giving you lots of joy. Thank you so much again for the wood. Yay! Back to CandyLand now. Daisy, your queen deserves it. You know, I'm trying to figure out what to do for Melba and Fawn Hollow. Fawn Hollow is my post-apocalyptic island, so I have to give everyone like post-apocalyptic roles. I'm trying to figure out what Melba's is gonna be. The only thing I can think of is maybe a post-apocalyptic farm or like a post-apocalyptic bakery. Is that a thing? No, that's probably not a thing. But I gotta think of something cute for Melba, my queen. Let's see if we get a... I don't know, my flyover probably sucks. It goes over Lollipop Woods. I guess that's kind of cute that it goes over Lollipop Woods. Goes over Chip. Goes over the rainbow shortcut. Just a little bit of the cookie neighborhood. A post-apocalyptic bakery can be, if I believe. Yeah, I mean, isn't like all bakery items like you need milk, sugar, eggs. I feel like so many bakery items are made with those specific things. And Dale and I both need to do our town flag. Why is that like the worst chore of them all, is to either obtain or make a town flag? We're just like never in the mood for it. It's like a final thing before you update the dream address. I don't know, but it does bother me sometimes when I see it, so I really should replace it. I was thinking about the last time I was in CandyLand. I was thinking about something to put on top of a cube light. Maybe this is a good option, like a little chocolate heart. I guess we'll go back to the regular playlist. I might add that Skyrim song to my playlist though. It is very dreamy. I wouldn't mind if it came on sometimes. Like amongst all my other tunes. So I'm gonna think about adding that. If I don't forget. Kind of looks like a chocolate heart someone left near like a date spot by the street light. What should go right here? I wish I had like a foliage type item, but I keep using this one too much. I guess I could get whimsical and put one of these like giant flowers or something. Why not? I'm feeling adventurous. Yeah, ironically, I don't really have bushes, Ellie, but I'll probably use hedges anytime that I want to pencil in bushes. Like I'll use hedges whenever I'm tempted to use a bush. Okay, we gotta like, we gotta finish this up. I'll start with the cube lights. I'm not sure if I like this icing cube light. I guess it's okay. It's a little busy though. I'm not sure if I like it. Ooh, your food is here. Hype for you, Shy. What did you say your food was? We're so nosy here in the Force fam about what we're eating. I think like a half space arrangement might be kind of cute. Like have it be half covering the other one, sorta. Sorry, I'm thinking. I guess since it's along a pathway, I could also maybe put some like little lights. Oh, and we have this wood now, so let's go and craft some stuff. I almost forgot, like I brain farted, that the whole purpose of going to Dale's Island, besides just seeing the beautiful scenery, it was to get some wood, so let's go and craft some stuff. And I don't need to go to Chip in order to craft, I have it right here. Ooh, you're having a Mediterranean bowl from Kava? That sounds good and healthy. Oh, and have a good meeting, Serene Sundays. Thank you for being here. Oh, Dale, that's the sweetest. I'm just as inspired by you, honestly. You've done like so many different themes too. I guess I have too. I haven't finished them though. No. I'm out of customization kits. Not one of my favorite things, going to Timmy and Tommy and buying in bulk. Oh, hope you have a great day too. Sending you hugs as well. Finished Island? We don't know her. Yeah, I played in Bywater the other day. It was kind of sweet to return to it. I just sort of like checked up on it and walked around and stuff. Jeez, I'm gonna run out of those customizations quick, aren't I? Yeah, I should buy a few more while I'm here. Yeah, who else like also struggles with finishing an island? And how many of you in chat have totally finished an island? Pink Toasty, thank you for the follow. Oh, welcome in. How's your Monday going? Welcome to CandyLand. You've never finished an island before? Yeah, I struggle with the final details and I guess struggle a little sometimes with wanting to move on to the next thing. Alright. So we have the customization kits now, yay! You've only finished the one that I've toured, Ellie. And what a beauty it was. Congratulations again on finishing that. Have you still just been kind of like playing for fun in the island that you finished? Or have you moved on to a new project? Or are you taking a bit of a break from Animal Crossing? Thank you for the follow, by the way. Welcome in. Thanks for everyone hanging out today. Alright, let's customize this stool, see? Told you could change the seating on it. Oh, thank you, Sarah. Yeah, she's supposed to look like a gingerbread girl. It's like a gingerbread cookie style dress. I'm doing pretty good. Pink Toasty had a nice cozy day. We've had a sort of chill stream today. Hopefully it isn't too chill. Hopefully I'm not like boring the pants off of everybody, but feels like chill vibes. What did I do? Oh yeah, I made a stool. So we can get this chair out of here. I guess the stool is like very casual though. Yeah, I actually don't know if I like it. Oh well, I'll figure out a chair one day. I might even need more cubelites. I didn't know I would run out of these. I thought I had a lot of them. I remember in the previous stream we actually joked about how many cubelites I made. Like I made 1,000,000 of them and I can't believe I'm like running out now, but it's one of the best items to use like in this area, so. Oh, are these all green? Any brown ones? Guess it's hard to say unless I pick them all up. I found a brown one. Yes. That was so lucky. Sorry, that was an obnoxious gasp. It was genuine though. It was genuine. I was not expecting that. Alright, I must know. Does it look good right here? I feel like it might. Might add some height and some fairy tale realness. Do we like it? I think I do. Why not? It's like a little hair lick. I grew up learning about like cowlicks. They would call the piece of your hair that stood up a cowlick. That's what those look like to me from the top angle. Oh, thank you, Dale. I guess I knew about the cubelights' power from how I used them in Fawn Hollow too. And there was this stream recently I did in CandyLand where I had a bunch of like epiphanies and it was really exciting. Like, my teddy bear was another epiphany. I was like, oh, what if I do a teddy bear and give him a chocolate shirt? Okay, I need a pattern over here. Cyrus, why can't you visit our island? I know, right? What aesthetic pattern should I put over here? Just like another cookie? How about I do like a little puff of cream? Is that gonna look weird? I wanted that to be like over here. Is it not gonna let me do that? No! Why? Why? I want to live in that neighborhood. Oh, thank you. That means a lot. After how gorgeous yours was. Oh no, that looks like won't finish that, but use your imagination. Ooh, I know just the thing. Maybe like one of those gingerbread cookie things. Like Tom Nook has a gingerbread cookie. I have a pattern like that. Maybe that's sufficiently different from all the other cookies to where it doesn't look like the path. It might also look kind of weird though, but I support the Tom Nook gingerbread man. Ah, here he is. He's a good boy. Oh no, I covered up his face. Oh. Okay, I will get this to work. Maybe we just need to move him over. He's hiding. Oh, were you suggesting the swirly candy pattern? Oh, like the peppermint swirl salvia? I think I might have misunderstood you. I plan on using the peppermint near Mr. Mint. He owns all the peppermint. But the red would match this area. Okay, so we got the Tom Nook cookie finally. Why does everything hurt? Wicked Witch of the East style. Covering up the head. Ooh, there we go. I think I like that. Maybe like right here needs a weed. And then right here needs like a flower. Do y'all like the white hyacinth there? Or should I do like another black cosmos? Ah! Oh my gosh. Not the jump scare. Oh, hi Raiders. Thank you Pumpkin Spice for the sweet raid. How was your stream? Did you all have a good time? Welcome in. My name's Amy and we're doing some cozy decorating. Tez, thank you for the follow. Hi Aria. Thank you for getting the shout out for Pumpkin Spice Gamer. Pumpkin Spice Gamer, what an iconic name. If only it was pumpkin spice season right now, but we're in the dog days of summer. I wouldn't even call it the dog days of summer quite yet. I consider that like August. We've still got August ahead of us. Maybe in September you can start daydreaming of fall a little. An orange hyacinth? Ooh, that's a good idea. I think I will do that, Shy. I think it'll be just it's near this orange square. It'll be perfect. I don't have one though. Oh, hi, Toby. His name is Toby, right? That like mouse or rabbit thing. Okay. Oh, you were doing a Persona 4? Wow. You're a huge fan of Persona 5, Dale? How are you liking Persona 4? Have you played it before, or like is this like a new play for you? I actually have a funny story about Persona 4. Man, I guess this isn't a way to ingratiate me, but I didn't like it at all. But I've heard Persona 5 is even better. Yeah, I played it with my significant other, and it actually became like a problem for us, and like I would really dread playing it, so I would get kind of grumpy, and we would we got into little tiffs about it. I had to just put my foot down eventually. We had almost beaten the game, but I had to stop. But yeah, that's a fun story with Persona 4. To this day, it's still something we joke about. Like the fact that I hated that game so much. And I loved Final Fantasy VII, and that was the first game we ever played together. So I was like all high and ready to get playing some other game I would love a lot. And I really didn't like it. But it is really well acclaimed. It probably just wasn't my thing. This is your first Persona game? Oh, cool. I hope you're enjoying it, and yeah, I've heard 5 is even better. You would take an iced Pacific spice latte. I've never had one before, but I do love me some iced coffee, and Starbucks like makes the best ones. I gotta have a pumpkin spice this year. I really like the vanilla thing that you can get at Starbucks. What's everyone's favorite Starbucks drink? Do you like the holidays ones as much as the pumpkin spice? Like the Christmas one? Oh my gosh, Aria, it's funny that you made a joke about like the name or about like the word area. I was thinking that too. Is that not how you pronounce it? Is it like Aria? Do you need some orange hyacinths? I might, but I should probably try to be more self-sufficient, Mossy. I'm the worst. I'm the worst. I'm trying to figure out if I like cube lights here. Sorry for my... Ooh, I kind of like that. It's pretty good. Persona 5 is very stylized, but Persona isn't for everyone. Yeah, that's nice of you to say it like that. I mean, even Animal Crossing isn't for everyone, you know? So yeah, there are games for everyone, and there's a game for everybody. My favorite is Persona 2 Eternal Punishment, and the name is very apt, considering random encounters really do make the game seem like eternal punishment. Yeah, some of my gripes were like all the dungeons, like rooms looked the same. I also didn't really like how you sort of had to answer your interactions with characters in a certain way if you wanted your personas to be competitive. To me, it took away a little from, I guess, the freedom of like being able to say what you want, or because it was like all like your relationships with people would like affect your battle or something, so it's like you had to answer a certain way. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. white chocolate mocha with coconut milk for hot, iced caramel latte with almond milk for cold. Ooh. You have like a hot and a cold version. I like that. The vanilla sweet cream cold brew is your fave? Oh, that's the one that I've had. Oh, your go-to, despite your name, is a blonde vanilla latte hot? Oh, you haven't had Starbucks? I feel like I hadn't for a long time, but they're everywhere. They're even like sometimes in grocery stores and in malls and stuff like that. They're not even just like the ones that are like standalone stores anymore. Pumpkin spice chai latte with oat milk. Ooh, that sounds good. Hey Zoe, welcome in. We're discussing our favorite Starbucks drink and we're playing in CandyLand right now. Assuming everyone's familiar with CandyLand. I shouldn't make that assumption. But welcome on in. Used to mainly be an ACNH gamer, but got burnt out. Yeah, that's understandable. For me, it's like a big creative outlet, and I tend to like work on different things all the time, so I do get burnt out of some of the mechanics sometimes, like having to like track things down, some of which you've probably seen in this brief few minutes that we've gotten to know each other. Like, oh no, I don't have this flower, or I don't have like this wood, so it's like Happy Home Paradise spoiled us, and we know that it could be really easy if they gave us the Happy Home Paradise controls, but alas, we do not have them. So sometimes little things get on my nerves, but in general, it's such a source of like a creative outlet for me. I would say the number one thing that gets on my nerves is not being able to see what's in my pockets. That's really like still number one for me, and I feel weird because I feel like it's not anyone else's number one, but for me it is. I don't want to see these icons. I want to see like a picture of what it looks like or what it is. All the other items in the game get this treatment, except for furniture. And I don't know. I don't know why they didn't do it. I like the story of Persona 4, but the graphics aren't super exciting, I'll give you that. Yeah. It was also one of those games where I couldn't control the camera good because you had to control the camera and walk around at the same time, and I'm not very coordinated. This is a personal flaw of mine, though. You like the pink drink with no berries, Mossy? It sounds like a cute drink. I bet it's not the official name. Do I like that there? I don't know. I don't know if I like that like biscuit customization right here. I feel like I should do more hearts. I almost finished Persona 5, but I stopped in the last couple of stages for some reason, and then my dad had to delete it for space reasons. But then my PSN account got hacked and I was never able to re-download. Man, that stinks. It's kind of like me in Persona 4. I really did go very far in that game, and then I just had to stop. I looked up the endings, though. It's like one of those games you can have multiple endings, which I actually do, like, I find that a cool aspect, so I'll give it that. You know, when you can have, like, the bad ending, or the good ending, or the so-so ending. Some of the endings were quite menacing, and it was interesting to see, but I won't say any more. In fact, I really hope I didn't say too much by just saying that there was a menacing ending, so I'll keep my mouth shut. Your name is pronounced like Ariadne? Oh my gosh. Ariadne? My favorite show of all time is Dark from Netflix, and they talk about Ariadne all the time. Ariadne's thread. It's like really symbolic and dark, so that makes me happy. Asuna, thank you. And Cherry Bloss, thank you for the follow. And have a good night, Pumpkin Spice. That was a really enjoyable raid and getting to chat with you all. Lovely community you have. I hope you have a good night, and thanks for bringing them over. Yeah, it's getting decently late my time too. I'm just determined to get this pathway finished. I have this struggle of like, you know, knowing I need to put a certain item somewhere, but I don't know what. And I also know that maybe if I use the same item I use like everywhere else, it might look repetitive. So it's like I have my go-tos and I'm trying to figure out if there are other options than just my go-tos. So let me scroll up, see what I have. I guess maybe I could get creative and put like a chocolate ice cream. I know the ice cream is a little off-brand for the Cookie Island, but maybe if it's the chocolate serve, maybe it could kind of blend in. What the heck is this green ice cream? Out of like all the colors, why did they do green? What is the green ice cream? I have never seen ice cream that shade of green. It's like the color of this square, so maybe I can do some color coordinating at times, but I mean, what flavor is that? Green apple? Green or pistachio? Green tea? That is not that shade of green though. That's like, y'all want to see what shade of green this is? It's offensive. Oh, your brain went to mint? I think that's a different shade also, but maybe I'm just being nitpicky. Green is my favorite color, so I'm very in tune with my greens. There's a mint green, there's a forest green, and this is like a radioactive green. I have so many of these. I'm tempted to do a Twitch prediction. Will Amy actually use all of the soft serve lamps in her storage? Why did I give myself this many? It's entirely too many. All right, moment of truth. That is like the color of the grass. That is not a flavor. I do like the chocolate one over here though, actually. I think I can get behind this chocolate cone. Maybe I'll have that be the thing over by Cookie's house. Oh, I just realized I'm making it hard to get to the beach. Oh, hi Marie. I hope you're having a lovely beginning to your week too. That's such a lovely sentiment. I like to always say that on a Monday. New weeks. I know we can get down on Mondays, but it's also a new week, a new beginning. You can think about what you want to get done this week. I'm gonna have to put this green soft serve lamp in timeout. This little walkway is coming out so cute. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Shy. I know you were here for the hideous experimentation I did at the beginning, so that means a lot. Yeah, all the respect to owners of finished islands like Ellie's. It takes so much love and dedication to actually like really finish something. What about spinach ice cream? Or wheatgrass ice cream? Yeah, I think maybe green apple or something. It is actually one of my favorite flavors is green apple. It's like my favorite Jolly Rancher. I guess that's another question. What's y'all's like favorite artificial fruit flavor, like Jolly Ranchers? I definitely like the green apple the best. There's like blue raspberry, strawberry, watermelon, lemon, you know, like all the artificial flavors of things. Oh, I need to make I just realized something. I need to make some more log sticks. Thanks to Dale's Wood. Hype for Dale's Wood. Bow down. Okay. Where is it? Here we go. My face is always covering the log sticks. I've seen people add wheatgrass extract to things like smoothies to make them healthier. I actually haven't heard of that. When I think of wheatgrass, I think of an item in Animal Crossing that I use all the time. It's called tall wheat or something, or wheat field, and it's definitely the first thing I think of. I didn't know that was something people put in their smoothies. But I don't really make a whole lot of smoothies. It's something I've been interested in before. Smoothies are really yummy and can be very healthy for you, but yeah, I've never had one myself or made one myself. I'm trying to think, do I like this? Do I have room for a flower right here? No, I guess not. Mango is your favorite fruity flavor? Ooh, that's a good choice. Very tropical. I don't know, I like lost the thread around here. It's like there's something wrong with this spot. Okay, well maybe it just needs the perfect item right here. No! Not that! Not that. Stop. Alright, we're putting this thing away. It's had enough. Your favorite flavor is pink? Dude, I love that answer, Salvia. I've always had a hard time like differentiating between these different artificial flavors. It's kind of a flaw of mine. Like ask me like watermelon versus cherry versus strawberry. I'm like, I don't know, man. They're all just none of them taste like the fruit that they represent. So I have no idea. I wonder if maybe a glowing moss stool would be good, or another one of these. Could try a triangular topiary. Sorry, I'm like looking over at my other screen. Where are they all? Oh, I only have like 2 left. No, no, no. That's like a Greek tragedy right there. I go to all this trouble to find it and then my pockets are full. I can't believe that. Well, I can. Pink is not a flavor. Are you the artificial flavor aficionado? I mean what I said. I can't really tell the difference between them. But I would say my favorite flavor isn't reds, or isn't pink so much as it's maybe red or green apple, like I said. Did you know acai berries have a nice bitterness and sourness to them that makes many dishes quite nice? They're a good superfood rich with antioxidants. Oh, you're bringing back a memory for me. I'm a Costco employee. We used to have an acai bowl. I actually really liked that thing. I liked the acai bowl and I miss it, but they took it away from the food court. We also had like a burger for a little while, and then like the pandemic happened and they were just like, buy all this new stuff. Such a weird decision. Why did they do that? Okay, maybe I shouldn't be talking about my company's decisions on stream. All right, let's try the lamp here. Periwinkle is my favorite flavor. Periwinkle. That's not a Skittle. Everything's hard. Okay, how about we do a fence right here? My friend took me to a Costco once. I had a pizza and it was both delicious and indulgent. I couldn't finish it. Oh, did you have a whole pizza or did you have like a slice of pizza? Alright, I think this is good. Just like putting some sort of flower right here. Maybe an orange hyacinth like Shy suggested a little while ago, which I don't have right now. But other than that, I mean, this walkway, I mean, I think it's respectable enough. Should probably put some things down here, but overall it's very respectable. Just a slice, but they were massive. It could have covered my whole island, or it could have covered my whole head. That was a little bit of a Freudian slip there. Could have covered my whole island. Yeah, I do eat those Costco pizza slices, and I mean I can handle them, but I can also probably eat a whole large pizza by myself, so I'm just not a healthy person when it comes to consuming pizza. I eat entirely way too much probably. I think this will be a good opportunity to put some sort of little bush or foliage right here. Just not in that color. You think it looks lovely? Oh, thank you, Mossy. I wonder how I'm gonna do this little section. Like, what's gonna be right here? Does anyone have a favorite cereal? We talked about our favorite cereal the previous stream, actually. That's really ironic. My favorite cereal is Honey Bunches of Oats, I think, and Frosted Flakes. Those are some of my favorites. Next island, you're gonna have a pizza-themed island. Or I am, because it was a Freudian slip. That would really be something. I've seen someone in Animal Crossing New Leaf, they made like a pizza-themed path. And just imagining covering your whole island in like the pizza path. Do y'all want to see it? I think I can pull it up on Google. Pizza path. Freudian is pronounced like Freudian. Okay. I'm ashamed. Sigmund Freud. Yes, I took Psychology 101. Alright. Here we go. Here's the pizza path from New Leaf. Isn't it glorious? See? Okay, so I just want to like hype this up for a bit, because this is a little bit of what I was talking about. Sometimes people act like New Leaf invented like the 9-slot path, and as much as I deeply admire and have nothing but the deepest respect for the creator of the OG 9-slot AC&H path, this has like always been a thing. This is like a 9-slot path for pizza. I'm just saying it's like kind of a, you know, it's basically just doing the corners and stuff and then having a middle piece, but yeah, 9-slot pizza path. I'll link it in chat if you all want to get the pizza path. Yay, I like that. I like the little cube lights there. Let's think what else I can do. Maybe like a hedge and a cypress plant combo, just because it's like on the side of a house. So some more favorite cereal results. Shy is lying about me, saying my favorite is Wheaties. And the best cereal, Wheat Thins. Yeah, the previous stream that I did, I was trying to say that my least favorite cereal was Wheaties, but I kept saying Wheat Thins. And it wasn't just once either. I said it like a million times. Like, man, Wheat Thins is the worst cereal. I was thinking of Wheaties. There were some fans of the Wheat Thins crackers in chat, so I was quickly corrected that that is not a cereal. So we have some Lucky Charms, Cinnamon Toast Crunch. This is taking me back to my childhood. Crispix? That's like an adult cereal, isn't it, Shy? Araz Sans Lech? That's an adult cereal too, if there ever was one. 9 to 15 slot paths were so common in New Leaf. Yeah, Mossy, I mean, yeah, people say that. People say, like, every time they make a 9-slot path, like, sometimes they'll even, like, credit the original, like, and I respect it. I understand that people have different takes on history and inspiration and pathing, but I definitely see it as like the 9-slot path is like the corners and then the sides and then the middle, and that's like a very standard format, and it's the way people have done paths like ever since like City Folk and Wild World and stuff. It's just the way that you do them when they connect with each other. But I guess the transparency in combination with making it look like grassware, I mean, that was like the thing that made it iconic and really sparked a lot of recreations. Sorry, I'm having trouble finding items. I'm trying to find a cypress plant right now. My beloved. Can we get some cypress plant hype in the chat? We do have an emote. There we go. Yay, there it is. Let's see if this little guy looks good behind the hedge. Going back to my roots here. Cypress plant behind the hedge. This is what I do. This is how I roll. Oh no. What do y'all think? I think it's too dark, maybe. Maybe the light one will look okay. That one's like the dark cypress plant. Is it an Amy Island without a cypress? That's like the question. If a tree falls in a forest and no one's there, does it make a sound? That question has always irritated me. Of course it makes a sound. Muse. Oh, the revolutionary thing was the jagged edges. In New Leaf, most paths were very square, even in the edges. To some extent, you could kind of like blend in paths in New Leaf with the grass. So sometimes people did that. Like they would, instead of transparency, they would, like make it look like it blended in with the grass. Pizza-themed island named Mellow Mushroom. Or Mellow Mush because of character limit reasons. Wheat thins don't seem very good in milk, but that's basically what Wheaties are, right? Even Katie was with me there. I had a pizza with chicken and potatoes on it, and it was amazing. I sincerely doubt that. I like putting leftover curry on my pizza. I need to expand my pizza horizons. I always just get a jalapeno pizza or something. But I want to try like Hawaiian pizza this year. I want to see if Argyle is right with try before you deny. If you all are wondering what this surrealistic zoom in on my camera is, it is she. It is the one, the only. She's my baby. What's up? Are you gonna say hi? I'm sorry this is happening if it's kind of distracting. Usually make your own pizza? Oh, that's cool. If a cypress tree falls in Fawn Hollow, does it still make a slanderous statement about potatoes? Man. Can we show off Dusty? Look at my baby. Is that a baby? It's a baby. Pineapple is a little acidic to go on pizza. Look at you answering that great question of our time, pineapple on pizza. Not with vibes, but with like something that sounds akin to scientific evidence. Like, oh, it's too acidic. Oh, that's so funny. It's starting to get too dark here. Getting too orangey. I might go ahead and time travel and I'm gonna go take like a little bit of a weed break, and I might still stream till like a little past 10, or I might go on a little bit longer for anyone who's still enjoying the late night vibes. And maybe while I'm taking my just a couple minute break here, I'll have the cat cam be on Dusty and she can be your streamer. Oh wait, did I time travel? Speaking of time traveling. So I'm gonna hide my webcam for just a second. And then bring it back with Dusty. No! No, you are ruining everything. You are ruining everything. No. Okay, well, we have a new development. Darn, this might be a stream ender right here. Alright, well. Hey, Simi. It depends on the individual's palate. Not universally acidic in every case. Interesting. Oh, it's good to see you, Simi. I love you. I'm gonna go be right back. I have to Go to the bathroom. Dusty's your new streamer. Dusty, look at the camera when you're streaming. It's rule number 1. Oh, is she a baby? She's a baby. Dusty, what build are we working on today? I don't know. What are we doing, Dusty? I have a friend who puts raw tomato slices on pizza. That's called a margarita, Salvia. Like, Dusty, you're not cooperating. I guess you are a cat. I'll eat pineapple pizza, but I would never order it. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I guess that's kind of where I'm at. I kind of want to branch out, though, and order it. Cold pizza would be a crime against humanity, or are you talking about cold tomatoes? Yeah, I'm not a big fan of cold pizza, to be honest. I've heard some people who like it, though. This is looking very charming in the light of day, I think. There is like this little spot here that I didn't really do, though. I like how she's like really shy and like avoiding the camera. Why are you doing that? It's very common to have an olive oil and fresh mozzarella pizza with tomato to make up for a lack of sauce. Yeah, yeah. Oh, is she leaving? Yay! She's leaving! Yay! We get to rejoin in a more normal fashion. Thank you, Dusty. Thank you, baby. Thank God. pineapple on pizza isn't bad, but it's not for everyone. Yeah, I don't think I've really had it in any sort of recent capacity. I'm having a hard time remembering if I've ever had pineapple on pizza, but it's interesting it's so controversial. I guess it's because some people will like stand by it and other people like think it's an atrocity. I guess that's what creates controversy. I was about to say, why isn't there the same controversy for other stuff, like maybe artichoke? But that's probably why, is because some people like stand by it and other people will be like, no, gross. You're personally an anchovy enjoyer? Instantly untrustworthy, I agree. Think basil is good on every pizza? That's kind of like a spice. I mean, I can see it. Sometimes I don't know how to feel about like the pizza that substitutes the sauce. Like, you know, it doesn't have like red sauce anymore. Sort of like the olive oil that Arya was talking about. Oh, I guess the flaw with picking up my wooden storage unit is then I can't actually get to it anymore. That's inconvenient. But yeah, I was trying to move it because I was trying to like genuinely finish this area and finish this little bit over here. Do you like this little sitting spot, or is this not a good look? I mean, you can be honest, this was one of the first things I ever did. One of the first things I ever did, I think, was the entrance, and I just kind of threw this down here because I was trying not to be a perfectionist. Do y'all still like it, or is it kind of dumb looking? Artichoke isn't bad on pizza, but they can be far too oily if they use canned ones. Not my idea of a good pizza, no matter if it's from a can or not. Oh wait, are we talking about anchovy or artichoke? I actually get those two mixed up for some reason. Artichoke is a vegetable though. But they both have a similar amount of syllables and start with A, so I get them confused. I'm trying to make some log steaks. So I need some wood for that. Have you ever had pesto pizza? Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, I guess I don't like basil as the base, but I actually do like some of the other sauces y'all are talking about, like white sauce. But I'm not a big fan of like just like a basil or oil base. It has to be some sort of flavorful thing, you know? I'm laughing at the honest feedback. I mean, I kind of like know that it doesn't look good, but man, it seems exhausting to tackle that right now. What am I gonna put there instead? I don't think I've ever gotten artichokes and anchovies mixed up. Yeah, I'm kind of silly. It goes all the way back to when I didn't really know what those were. Like when I was a little kid. I've always been a pizza aficionado. Pizza has been my favorite food my whole life. So, I mean, I think when I was younger, I didn't really know what those words were. And so I got them mixed up. But I definitely know what they are now, but sometimes the psychological mix-up still happens anyways because of my Freudian childhood. No, I was just messing. I just made that joke because we talked about that word earlier, but and Freud is famous for like childhood psychology, so I was just trying to make a joke there, but it sounds inappropriate considering what his psychology is actually about, so I take it back. Yeah, it's definitely not perfect. I think this area I could even fine tune a bit more once I get some of the orange hyacinths and maybe just like fiddle a little bit. Like there's something about this area right here that bugs me. Artichoke pizza is amazing. Well, what's so special about artichoke? What does it add flavor-wise? It's just a vegetable, right? Hot take, pizza is mid, pasta is supreme. I am a supporter of pasta also, but pizza to me, like, just nothing is quite as heavenly. Tomato and cheese, a combination made in heaven. Which can be a part of pasta too. Ooh, log sticks might look kind of cute there. I wonder if I should continue my tradition of putting like another like egg garden right here or somewhere around here. Or if I should mix it up for once and not do yet another egg garden. I think it's worth a try though. See if I can get that continuity like all the way through. Do I have one? Y'all are making me want pizza for dinner. Yeah, this debate feels a little close to home. It feels like every stream we have some sort of food debate. The previous one was about cereal, but this one's like, I don't know, it feels personal because it's my favorite food. But then again, I'm not the most cultured pizza aficionado either. Like, I pretty much just have jalapeno pizza all the time, so it's like a weird energy for me. My favorite thing on pizza is still ricotta. Like a type of cheese. Pasta versus pizza. Why pit two bad bitches against each other? Carb queens. That's right. So sad that like carbs aren't inherently like especially amazing for you. It's such a crime. Why does it taste so good to us then? Honestly, I would find the evolution reasons for nutrition being the way it is kind of interesting. I wonder if that's a subject at all. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, why do we find desserts, like, so amazing? And would that be something that would be different, like, in an alien species? Maybe it wouldn't be advantageous for an alien species to like dessert as much. So maybe... Wasn't this an episode of, Fairly Odd Parents as well, where, like, the aliens had, like, opposite tastes for everything? Oh, that's adorable. I like seeing the little planter box. How about we do another street light and do some like foliage around here? I almost always rebuild my entrance towards the end of my island for better continuity. That's a good idea. Sometimes I've done my entrance towards the end or in the middle of my island if I feel like I don't have a good feel for it. A forest life, cozy ACNH builds, and fierce food fights. I know, why is that our brand? I feel like I need some touches of brown over there. Artichoke is kind of meaty and savory. Ellie says artichoke is questionable. A raw artichoke is a treat, a rare blend of herbaceous, sweet, and bitter with a crunchy texture. Wow, I applaud you. No one ever, like when he asks what something tastes like, no one else is able to answer so satisfactorily. Because it is a hard thing to describe, taste. I'm kind of impressed by that. Good job. I know some people like the mashed potato-like quality of a steamed artichoke or boiled potato. I might not like it then. You don't know my history with the potato debate. I don't really like potatoes much because I feel like they ruin dishes that they're a part of, you know? Like, they ruin shepherd's pie, they ruin chicken pot pie, they ruin everything. I don't like them. But apparently it's sacrilege. Oh, Shy was preparing for it. Shy was preparing for the tater hate. Oh, I know what I was looking for. I was looking for the triangular topiary. I think I already withdrew those from my pockets. If I get the chance, I don't know if I'll get the chance, but I would really love to like organize this island a bit more. I feel like it's not the smoothest island to decorate in. Ironically, like Fawn Hollow is a little smoother for me to decorate in. Because I feel like I've got like more of the stuff I need in Fawn Hollow. And I want to have that energy over here in CandyLand too. Yeah, I like that triangular topiary there. Let's do a street lamp. You've had a pizza burger? It's a burger, but the buns are pepperoni pizzas. Oh my god. That sounds like sinful that it exists, in my opinion. Two things that don't need to be mixed together. What else is like that? I mean, what's next? An omelet burger? Like, come on. You can't just like take food that already exists and like call it a pizza because you use them as like, or call it a burger just because of using them as like the two buns or whatever. I guess it would be like an omelet burger. That would be kind of funny. An omelet burger. Huh. I don't really like the street lamp because I can't see the top of it. Maybe I'll try moving it up. Oh, True Giles, thank you. Well, I'm glad you think it looks like CandyLand so far. This is just one part of it, and I also have like Lollipop Woods and King Candy's Castle. I appreciate the kind words. I could maybe get behind that placement, possibly. Maybe not. Everything's hard. Oh my gosh. Aria agrees with me. Aria agrees that potatoes plain are just eh. Someone on my side. Breakfast burgers exist. Oh my god. So an omelet burger does exist. Omelets are commonly filled with ground beef. Yeah, but I was talking about like what Salvia was saying where it's you take two things that already exist and then you just make them the burger buns. A fried egg on a burger is good. Maybe throw some cookie patterns down. Ooh, where were you saying that, Shy? Oh, I think I need to put some cube lights right here. You saying candy or you saying cookie patterns reminded me. I like mayo with omelets sometimes. My favorite omelet is from IHOP. I highly recommend the spicy poblano omelet with no meat. I don't like meat very much. And then, what else? Yeah, I guess that's it. I guess I ordered the spicy poblano omelet without the meat. I also like to have some yummy dessert pancakes with it. Yay! That looks charming. Is there anything like standing out to you all as like being kind of not appealing? Like, is there anything that's bugging y'all about this? Shy will defend potatoes to the death. Oh, okay, Shy. Mighty L, hey! Oh, I hope you've been doing good. It's great to see you again. I did weirdly think of you recently. I hope you're having a great one, and I hope you have a great week. Are you getting back into Animal Crossing yourself? Simmy! Oh, Simmy, thanks for the 100 biddies. Thanks for the shower of suit sprites and the support. Oh, appreciate you, Simmy. Mossy is on Team Potatoes. I think it's a big team. I think I am overrun by this team. Alright. I'm trying to think, like, is there anything about this that's bugging me? If I'm being honest, it does bug me quite a bit in the sense that everything seems so busy, but I also kind of wanted it to be that way. Like, I wanted it to be cluttercore. So it's sort of an interesting sensation for me. Like, it's probably not something I could have ever grown fond of in Fawn Hollow. Like, Fawn Hollow, everything has to be perfect, but I feel like this island I can let some imperfect stuff slide. I don't know if I'm making any sense. But yeah, you all didn't like this seating area, so let me fix this. Maybe I can recover the sitting area. Oh, hi, Turnip. Oh, don't apologize. It's good to see you, Turnip. How's it going? And ultimate fist bump to Turnip, a fellow Dark fan. Justice for Potatoes and Spork. Oh my god, Mighty Owl with the channel lore. Not only a potato supporter, but also a spork supporter. Oh my goodness. Whew. Recovering from that reference. I'm trying to think what else I might like. I guess I'm running out of stuff to fiddle. Or I'm not doing as good of a job at fiddling. You think the walkway is a little odd? Oh man. I would like it to not look odd. It's supposed to look like a foresty walkway. I want to throw a flower in that upper area, but I don't think it fits anywhere. Oh, like this upper area here? Yeah, I think this area could still use fine-tuning, to be honest. I just find it intimidating because it's starting to leave this area and bleed to the next, so maybe like at this point I need to start thinking about the next area. I don't know if I'm making any sense. Potatoes and toast are easy on the tummy. Maybe your tummy. Sporks are a crime against humanity. Oh, we're talking about an Animal Crossing villager named Spork. Let me see if my bot pulls them up. Oh, I'm glad you're not doing too bad, Turnip. I hope the late entrance doesn't mean you had too hectic of a work day. I'm trying to drop a different color. I don't like the red. There we go. That matches so much better. Wow, it almost matches too good. Oh, my bot didn't work, but trust me, there's a villager named Spork. I wish the decayed tree wasn't so many spaces. I think that would look good, but it takes up too much room. Yeah, one thing that's catching my eye a little bit is this thing. I don't really know if it's working. Because everything else tends to be brownish, so I wonder if that like kind of takes away from the woodsiness, you know what I'm saying? Oh, I just got an idea. What if I did another brown vine? Just because I feel like I need to maybe put a few more of these brown vines to have it be like a recurring motif, and it might look good like rising beyond that house there. So I'm gonna go see if I can find another brown vine or two, and I don't really know what to do over here, but it's almost like my brain is being lazy about this spot. I'm like, I don't know what to do here. I don't want to worry about it. But let's try to find a brown vine or two. It is a difficult task because of the way the game chooses to do things. By not specifying the color. It's difficult. Wait, where did it go? Wait, did I pick this up? Oh my god, that was like a phantom giant vine. Did you see that, Shy? The phantom giant vine. I picked it up, but I didn't. The decayed tree is big for no reason. You just have to add aesthetic patterns underneath it, but I guess that doesn't always solve every problem. What would you do if you had a multi-course meal and only had a spork? How would you eat your salad? I'm sure you get past that, but you really want dressing in your soup? Oh. You remind me of myself. I also don't like mixing my food together. I had one of those plates with like the separators in it for an embarrassingly long time. Felt like I had to take multiple turns at the dinner table to like first like have an order of operations with like what I ate first based on them not mixing together. Well, I can't find the giant vine anymore that's brown. Would have been really nice to wrap that up today. But I don't know, maybe this is getting too... I know, Shy. It's so frustrating and I'm making a mess of everything. Okay, I'm gonna drop this one as the last one and then I'm gonna give up. Not enough space here. Why did they choose to do this? Why couldn't they just put brown in front of it? Brown giant vine, green giant vine. Like, why couldn't they have done that? It's just, it's really, really flawed. I pretty much like can't do what I want to do right now because of that. But I will try to avoid further salt. Maybe the salt is a sign that I should go ahead and end it for today. My game plan, the reason why I was invested, I thought it would be like maybe the perfect thing to be right here. Kind of like looming up in the distance. I wanted to see that effect, but we'll hold off on it and I'll find a brown giant vine later. And thank you all for watching today. Look, it's Macella's Dora wandering around. And Cherry. I think Cherry might be worst dressed of today, with the purple hat and stuff. It doesn't really match her. I guess it matches her nose, but everyone else's matches them a lot better. Why didn't she get like a red hat? Oh my goodness, that's such an interesting fact, Arya. You're full of interesting facts. It was nice to meet you. Hope you all have a good night. Oh, Ellie, you do the same thing with your food. About the spork conversation, one last like little line about it. I grew up going to this place called Boston Market, and they're pretty much the only place that I've ever seen use sporks, like plastic sporks. So even though it might be a travesty to imagine sporks, it's not a very common travesty. Not many have embraced it wholeheartedly. Just Boston Market where I live. Good night, Acorn. Good night, Mossy. Good night, Shy. Good night, Arya. Good night, Ellie. Good night, Mighty Owl. Oh, good night, Salvia. It's nice hanging out with you. I hope you're still enjoying Spirit Fair. Could send you one in the mail if you'd like. Aw, you don't have to. I appreciate it though. You were coming in on your break? Oh, cool. Are you at your day job, Acorn? Let me give you a shout out. Our friend Acorn, a lovely artist, and has an amazing Shire-themed island that they're working on too. Good night, Danny. Good night, Simmy. Good night, Turnip. Could always steal your other vine to see if it at least vibes in that space. I was thinking that too. Maybe that'll be like a final act of the stream. I'll at least see if the shape works, and then I can try to imagine it as brown. Oh, KFC. I never go to KFC, so I guess that's why I wouldn't know that. Oh wow, Dusty came to say goodnight as well. Did you see Dusty hop up there? Alright. Oh, I think in order for this to work, I'm gonna have to get rid of the hedge, which is fine. What was that hedge adding anyways? Alright, moment of truth. Okay, I mean, I think I was right. I think like a nice brown vine right there. I think that'll vibe. Just add like another little bit of brown something and add to the mysticism of it. Yay! Okay, happy ending to the stream. Good night to Dusty. Oh yeah. Maybe I can give like a little good night with her. Claire, thank you for the follow. Hi, Dusty One. All right, here's a little good night from Dusty. She says good night. Great, thank you for watching, and I'll try to see you all tomorrow too. So I hope that goes well, and hope to see you tomorrow. Good night. Bye.